Now I think you can hear me, but I was speaking with a friend of mine on Discord because yeah, otherwise it won't make sense to talk when no one is asking anything, or I mean I wouldn't talk to myself. But thanks for thanks for sharing that. But yeah, we were talking about the vehicle. I was talking about the fact that I haven't made a model as detailed as this one. I have made the 434 sedan Legend, but when I think back on it, for example, the racing seat hasn't been detailed as this vehicle has it. The whole dashboard, the details in it. I mean, overall, everything that I will eventually and hopefully will do on this vehicle will be far more detailed than compared with the 434 Legend I have. So yeah, it's gonna be probably one of the pieces that I'll be most proud of. Just got to ask, do you model only race cars or would you model heavy machines too? I would model heavy machines too. For example, right now I'm focusing only on cars because I want to work in the automotive industry. That's my goal. Hopefully, I don't know. I mean, we can only dare to dream. So my dream is to get into F1 somehow. I don't know, maybe work on visualization or anything of that kind. So how will I get there? Well, I need to make cars. I'll have to show on portfolio cars. So that's why I push myself to do vehicles right now. And I have another vehicle, F1 car specifically speaking, that I will do after this, which is partially all already half made, and it's already very long time in my pipeline for maybe 3-4 years. So I want to finish that as well. So after I finish this, I will do that. But after that, maybe I will do so definitely one machine or something, because I have made some machines recently for a client. It has been commission work on heat exchangers with heavy details on the inside, like organic matters. It was really challenging, really, to pull it off, all within like 20 hours. So yeah. Hi, Elliot. Good mate. You know, continuing with the work, keeping with the flow. So if I leave, no work for, if I don't do any work for several days, I may get more lazy. So while I'm at it, I feel like let's push it and try to make the most of it. Ola, I hope I have answered your question. But yes, most certainly there will be some heavy machines in the future. I don't mean to do only cars, and I don't mean only to do streaming only while I'm doing cars. So yeah, there will be other stuff for sure. So what would you be interested in seeing? I'm just curious, guys. For example, now all of that brought it up. I never thought of myself that people would be that much interested to see what I'm doing or anything. But I began streaming genuinely only for the reason that I get to interact with people, so I don't feel like this lonely at home, working all these long hours. So it's more fun. But if genuinely people are interested in seeing some different things, then genuinely I'm asking, in what things would you be more interested to see other than cars? I will say straight away that I'm not good with characters, and I don't have any intention of doing characters. So that's something that you won't ever see that I'll be doing. But maybe some robots, yes. But characters, organic stuff like that, for example, what Nimlot does, drawing hairs and all that, never. So, so just to get that clear out of the how is the saying, out of the box? No. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. Don't get me wrong, I'm not bored or anything. I'm freelancing a few hours a week with some people who make big dumpers. diggers, etc. for a sandbox game. Would be fun and interesting to see your take on such equipment, if you did any at some point. Dumpers. Yeah, I read bumpers. Big dumpers, diggers. I actually did a few of those. I did one for a company in Australia. I made a dumper with hydraulics on the back for visualization purposes. It's, you know, still a vehicle, so literally quite anything that's about vehicles, be it tanks, boats, airplanes, cars, you know, vehicle as the meaning is, you know, transport and all that. Ships, I've done so in the past, and I would be interested in doing as also. So that, yes. I will tell you guys, I love watches. Like, watch. For example, I don't wear any right now. Not that any of you are interested maybe, but I'll just say it. I had like 4, and all of those 4 are right now damaged. One is on service and all that. They're keeping it for several days. I have no clue why. And I feel like I don't have any clue what time it is when I go out. Although friends of mine would tell me like, why would you bother that much about a watch? You have a phone. But it's much more easier to just raise the hand and see what the time it is, and to see such a beautiful machine and all that. So I love watches a lot. And speaking of product design, machines and so on, I'll be tempted that I should maybe make one, you know, in as a 3D model, visualization fully and all that for commercial or something like that. That's something I know I lack in skills, speaking about animation and animation about product design. So maybe it's something I will dwell a bit more in the future. Not in the future, but let's say in 2-3 months from now. That's considered if I finish this vehicle and the McLaren MP44 that I'm working on. So after that, maybe I'll do some watches. That's not a heavy machine still, but in the sense that you all are mentioned, but it's a machine nevertheless. You know, the mechanism and all that. I would like to do that, honestly. Here's the song that yesterday Biba asked for. I don't know if you guys can hear it. There are some roosters in the background shouting, and it's quite hilarious. I just found some Spotify what's the saying? Non-copyright songs on Spotify, and this is apparently some rap music from Mexico. Let me play it a bit higher up the volume. I know it's not Eminem, but okay, that's filled in, so I'll leave it out for a brief moment. Wake up, everyone! This music could be easily part of any Little Big Planet or Saki Boy game, yeah! Yes, it can. I think now the music will be more muted, so we can hear each other, or at least you can hear me. But yeah, I'm just playing it in the background for literally some noise, you know, not to have it on mute or anything like that. this music now puts me in the mood of boxing, which I recently began training. Um, it's awesome, by the way. I got punched twice in the face, very hard, but it was. I mean, when you wear those gloves, it's not a big problem, I'd say, and we're still not that heavy punchers, so no damage has been done, but it's great. And you know, this is kind of music we would play all the time, but it's not up to my taste, I would say. I'm more into cinematic music, more about Hans Zimmer, maybe some rock ballads, stuff like that. Biba, that's you would see it on the top of my live stream. He's one of the top donators on the channel. He's also into music a lot. He has filmed a few spots, video music videos. Acted in one also. Guys, what would you say if I choose to do games like on the channel? Should I stream it elsewhere on my, let's say, gaming channel, which I have actually, which is for sim racing? It's not, I don't see it that much as a game, as much as it's proper simulation. I would say more serious thing, at least that's how I see it. So that's only dedicated to sim racing and racing in general. So if I was about to stream gaming while I'm doing any game, would you say I should stream it elsewhere, or should I stick with on this channel? Are you interested in the new sims coming? Assetto Corsa Evo, Assetto Corsa Rally, Assetto Corsa Rally? Seriously, I'll have to look that up right now. Wait a second, just to adjust the audio here. I don't want for you guys only to be listening music. So here what I have. So it's Assetto Corsa, Competizione, Automobilista, Dirt Rally. I have the Evo as well. Why it's not put into those to sim racing? So GTR Evolution, that's something else, but still. So all into sim racing. I have all the simulations when it comes to simulations. Favorites. Oh yeah, here's the sim racing. So Project Motor Racing launches November 25th or so, and will be very easy to mod too. It's using the same graphics engine as Farming Simulator, and it's very open in very open-ended. Let me check that up. I haven't seen about that, and I haven't seen anything about Assetto Corsa Rally. Seriously, they're about to make... What? Why it's not working? What's the problem? Okay, screw that. What's the problem with this? It's so stupid. Screw that. I'm sharing my my Steam account with friends, We are kind of in a family, you know, so to enter that you have to enter your PIN. But my PIN is very simple, like 4 zeros. What's this? Why I cannot enter? I was about to enter yesterday. Oh my, this is so stupid. I don't think anyone can change the PIN. I think no one can do that. Yeah, it's 4 zeros anyway. What's going on in here? Why I cannot... where's the Steam? Either way, there is plenty videos about AC Rally and Project Motor. Oh my god, I mean, I was doing a lot of sim racing of when it comes to videos and all that, so how I have missed that? This was a very nice way to catch views and all that, because I got the Evo immediately.
That's kind of, in terms of the driving...
Although I haven't played it a lot, but... Looks awesome. It looks really awesome. I have all the others. I have the Dirt, the VRC Rally. There are so many games, simulation games right now, that you wouldn't know which one to take on first, you know? It looks great. The graphics are awesome. I love the atmospheric effect and all that. It's very cool. Maybe I'll do some rallying, because it's much more interesting, I would say, for viewers to watch anyone driving like in these conditions. But when I do so, I'm going very hard at it, and I have some problems with my knee of pressing the brake too hard. So I don't want to expose myself to that, because I also do running. So I said, like, I won't race anything until I get a proper sim rig, which would be, I don't know when, maybe down the years. Anyway, I'll get this one right away. They're using Unreal Engine 5 for rendering and AC Evo Physics engine. Yeah. Damn it. I didn't know. This is 3 weeks ago released. Oh my. And what's the other one? It's Project Motor Racing.
Rated E for everyone.
I don't like how he's driving. He's, I mean, too sharp on inputs. I would say he's driving on keyboard. You see, it's like that, but it doesn't go like it. It's rather smooth. But anyway, I think it's looking nice. Yeah, console, gamepad and settings, project. For PC and PlayStation. Who is the one that's producing the... Yeah, if you're doing sim racing on joystick like that, forget it. It's nothing. But this might be interesting. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to what I was trying to do now, and let's read Ola. So, Elliot has also a question previously. Have you tested LeMans Ultimate? Yeah, I have. I've driven it. I have it. Here it is. Actually, I think I have a video already on my YouTube channel about about that. This is my other YouTube channel. And here I think I might have some video, yeah. Yeah. This is my first 15 minutes in the game. You see it's stepping out, so you have to... This is everything turned off. No traction control, none of that. And literally, they were my first laps in the game, just to see how it is. And the racetrack, it's one of those that I'm ashamed to say I don't know much. Because, obviously, I've been more into F1, so I was learning this track. This is probably my, what? It says, new first 50 minutes gameplay, so I'm probably... This is third minute, so this is probably my second lap. On a new racetrack that I haven't ever tried it, you know. These super flat tracks are so hard, yeah, because it's in a sense each corner is blind. You cannot see, you know, being flat, the ground and all that. But yeah, it's now I think I'm gonna get faster. You will see the gap here. I'm pushing a bit more now, going wide, right on the edge. But I don't know. I mean, all of these that I might show you right now, it would be too mediocre for anything compared like very high level, because from the moment you get on to drive something for the first time until the point you develop like a very good racing setup for something much more serious, it's like 3-4 seconds faster than anything that you've done before when you thought, oh my god, this is great. Trust me, it's not. So yeah, in that sense, this is not worth like I said, in that sense to be watched or anything. It's just my first 15 minutes, and I haven't driven much about that. You would see I have only played it 7 hours here. It says. I don't know how much you can see on the stream, so it's not at all. And within 7 hours already, I got a lot of achievements like winning online races and doing LeMans wins and things like that on servers. Anyway, like I've said, point is I'm not doing sim racing much in you know lately, because this is my room. This is where I fit the wheel, and this is my chair. So I don't have if I press hard on the brakes, I go back. So you cannot brake effectively like that. When I'll be pressing the brake, you know, that hard, you'll be going backwards. So the time lap is always found on braking, and you don't have a nice reference point for braking. You can forget about doing anything more serious. So all I'm doing now is just, yeah, some, you know, for fun. Anyway, so let me pay attention more to you guys now. You've said you had some questions here. So, Ola, during the development, they had professional drivers test and give feedback to fine-tune the feeling. That's like the standard today. Pretty much every simulation has that almost, because simulations are not like they used to be in the past a new thing. Now it's more or less a mainstream stuff that everyone does that, and they are pretty much tested by real drivers. It's been like that with iRacing back in 2000s, then Air Factor 2, which is an engine they used in F1 as well, Assetto Corsa when it was brought up in 2012, Race Room, where I had the privilege of working for 3 years. They are daily involved with real racing drivers, and they use it, and they can be found on the platform. They set up lap times and you fight with them. They're mainly GT3 drivers and DTM drivers. Marcus Engel is there, like one of the great drivers of the GT3 category. He's driving there daily. So every car has their own force feedback settings. That's cool. I mean, I have set out for myself to have every sim racing title there is. So at one point I might, not at one point, but I'll surely get down the you know, some time now, I'll get either I mean both of them for sure. uh, Straight 4 is making Project Motor Racing. The man behind Project Cars is late into production. That's one that I won't get then, because Project Cars, I don't like that at all. Also, although I have both of them, Project Cars 1 and Project Cars 2. This super flat, yeah, that one I read. I'm not racing online at all. I just cannot. I mean, yeah, it depends how you see it. I have a friend who is taking it just for fun, and it's completely fine. The way I'm thinking it, it's not good for, I'll say it, mental health, you know, because I'm taking it too seriously that if I lose a race, and okay, I might enter an online lobby, a race, and have fun, but if I'm trying to be, you know, very competitive, and I see that someone is half a second quicker, yeah, I can acknowledge that he's faster because he has eventually spent more time and, you know, develop a setup. I can understand that. That's no trouble. There is no problem with that. But then I go back and I'll spend a whole week trying to beat his lap time. And when I'll find myself being limited by all of these circumstances I'm talking about, the not having a rig, being on a chair, and these things that would, how to say, it's not like the optimum, let's say, not area, it's not circumstances, but the optimum gear, I would say, for you to achieve such competitive level. I'm becoming too hard on myself. So, because since 99, when I began with the first racing games, I always drove them thinking that I'm the best, you know. And in racing, you have to have that mentality. Otherwise, you shouldn't be there. And people are thinking that in racing, when they hear someone say that he's the best, they think of him being an arrogant person. Well, guess what? Each and everyone who is at least in F1, like the top 20 drivers in the world, more or less, 15, because there are some drivers who are paying, like Lawrence Stroll. So they are there because they believe they're the best. And if you don't believe you're the best, you have no job there. So I have been ever racing only because I thought I was the best. And when you get around someone that is killing you, it's not easy. And yeah, that's my point on that. And sim racing can be hard, but depends on how you are seeing it. Otherwise, can be very what's the word? Fruitful. You can learn a lot from it. You can learn a lot about cognitive visuals and reactions. You can, for example, I'll tell you, when I see drivers in the street, you know, just glimpsing on the left or right, I'm already predicting that they might move, and I'm aware of that. I'm not just thinking, oh, he's just looking elsewhere, you know. No, he's looking there because he might try to switch lanes. So I'm already trying to be cautious, you know, and not to, you know, go into it like that or something like. Because there are people who are just not aware of those things, and that's the least of things. Let's not go into how you approach a corner and so on and so on. For example, I have a friend who is thinking that he should just slide with car and everything, but the slower you appear to be, the smoother you're driving, the faster you are. So, you know, that's something that you would learn from sim racing. For someone like me who did not have the opportunity to spend thousands of dollars, you know, for racing cars. So yeah, I feel like I'm talking too much and I haven't done much work, so I'll just focus back on the work. Sorry guys if I've been talking about that too much. I don't have a rig either, but I put 2 wheels in sneakers. The friction will keep me pinned. I just cannot commit time to get good enough to race online. I'd rather be creative and make stuff than play online and get frustrated. Yeah. That's it. Let me show you guys, while I'm working, I'll have it on the side here, on the second monitor. I'll have one video of me racing with a friend. Actually, not a friend, but yeah. So this is side by side, like for several laps. I am with the Ferrari. I don't know how much you can see now from this point. I might extend it up just a bit, like that. This guy would not let it go, and he was a bit aggressive. So, you know, there is a point, there is time when you can be kind of a gentleman driver, you know, trying to be cautious and give him space and all that. But the moment I see, for example, that he's not, and he's trying to push me or something like that, well, I would say you got yourself in trouble. Sometimes I get the worst end, you know, I might get spun or something like that, but that's what I like about sim racing, is the play, the mental play you have with drivers that you never know. You just first time encounter them on sim racing. So some are super aggressive, some are very careful, you know, and it's interesting to see. I began doing sim racing back in '99, like I've said, and I since always believed that it will come a time when it will be, you know, meaningful, when people would use it for learning and things of such, as such, you know, and surely enough, that is happening today. And it wasn't like anything hard to predict, because what is driving? It's brain and hands, you know, mechanical input on road. So what you do on PC or what would you do in a car, it's the same. Whereas it's not the same as you would play Counter-Strike, and then if someone puts you, you know, in a war environment and all that, that's entirely different thing. And recoils and all that, that's something you cannot experience. So neither you can with sim racing fully, you know, because in real life, when you get to lose the control of a car, your brain is in overdrive. You're thinking about, oh my, I'm crushing, you know, the car. It's gonna cost thousands of dollars, euros to repair. You might get injured and all that. So it's completely different as well. But still, you would have some notion of how to prevent a slide, how to approach certain things, and how you can eventually use that to be good in real life as well. And yeah, you see a lot of people today, drivers specifically, that are coming into racing with a background of sim racing. Now it's much harder to get in F1. I mean, that's out of the, you know, cannot be really taken seriously about that, because F1 it's requiring different set of skills and abilities, and you have to be really fit. But for GT racing, sure, Now, traction control off, you just add more throttle, and I went on. This is very old video, like from I don't know, 2017, 18, something like that. No, maybe later, but something like that. Yeah, let me play this one. So this is online race on iRacing at Bathurst in Australia. Very demanding track and very hard really to do anything basically. Honestly, I miss it, and maybe I should go back and do some race, and maybe online. But I don't know how it is with the streaming, quality. Whether it might be lagging or anything like that. Recently, I've been playing other games like Assassin's Creed, for example. I love the story, I love the franchise, you know. So, but I haven't played it for a very long time. So right now I'm at the stage of playing the Black Flag. So, but for some reason I cannot play it on Steam. There is some issue with the game. It won't load. The multiplayer would load, but the single player won't, and it's very troubling, the least to say. You know, you buy games and you expect to have, you know, that service where you don't bother about anything, you just plug it and play it, but for some reason it's not working. So, and I have no clue how to fix it. Actually, I'll experiment here a bit, so I'll after this I'll play you some rally. Is anyone watching, by the way? I'm just curious. I played it, but think from now on it's just driving and chasing the first guy. Anyway, let me try some rally here. What I have. Yeah. Second run ever. How is that? There's no logic in it. Yep, Elliot, it's pretty much always the same with me. Whenever I watch any stream, I'm doing work, so I would just listen and occasionally look on what's happening, you know, to keep me company while working. And that's completely fine, of course. Yeah. Let's go back to this. So in here we have quite a lot of edges, which is better to close. There's no need to have that many. Maybe all of them we can just delete. Just like that. To have it much more cleaner, you know. And this I'll finish it in much more elegant way. No need for this, honestly. So I'll have this up until that point here, and now this move down like that. Pardon. Someone is on Discord. Let me check in a second. Hey bro, I'm writing so I can inform you. My friend's kid, look at that. Ah, Bubo. Car. Bubo, it's game on. Maybe it was better if people did not saw that clearly, because it's private video, but I took the liberty to showcase it like publicly in front of the whole world. For tonight, you can plan on me. I'm coming too. Like I told you, she was off for 2 days, so we were, at least I was planning on maybe to take her somewhere, you know, for a date or something like that. But yeah. So to be sure, I don't, you know, not stay to my word, you know, it's all fine. Whenever you want to, it's the same for me. Just not before 8, because I won't be able to make it. Up until 7 o'clock I'm on training, so... But you can hear me? Or... Okay, great. None of these lines are that important that I'm doing right now, but I am geometry clean freak, if that's a saying. I just want it to be perfect like that. So perfectly straight. So yeah. We'll stay on the stream, but need to get back to work. It's kind of slow today. Thanks, man. I mean, I have opened the window here, so yeah, if anything, just write me, I'll see it right away. So... I'm sorry really for not coming up, but really, if I wasn't streaming, I don't know how many times I've said this, maybe I'm boring with it, but yesterday, for example, I've been streaming 9 hours and 20 minutes. If I wasn't streaming, for sure, I wouldn't be able to spend that much time working on something as for portfolio. I mean, I've spent hundreds of hours so far, but sometimes it's too much. So unless, at least for me, there is some kind of additional motivator. So I like to share these things. So also, now what did I do there? That's too far, and it's completely fine if it's imperfect. How would be legura on English? We'll translate that language, Macedonian to English. Legura. Alloy. Alloyed wheels. Yeah, you beat me to it. Just have it up till there. What's happening? Are there for real? Yeah, that's way too off now. Ever wish you were better at something, but your head just can't follow when you try to learn? I swear math and geometry would be handy to know, but I could use some knowledge of this in Houdini. Just a moment, I have to answer to a message. Guys, I have honestly no idea how Houdini works. Someone like you yourself, Ola, right now you're mentioning this in relation to Houdini. Well, isn't Houdini about VFX stuff? How's Houdini about modeling? I don't understand. Maybe after all I'm missing something, but for sure I'm missing something. But yeah, I'm really curious about that, and if you have any knowledge yourself, being an artist in Houdini, as understood, I would very much like to learn anything or hear anything you might have to say. I use Houdini for everything that is not a character or vehicle. Is that for like VFX stuff, or how it's working really? Buildings, modules for buildings, environments, roads, manipulating height maps using all of the above, etc. Geez, man, it's a complex stuff. I'm seeing all these things that they're doing in movies and whatnot, and yeah, it's always easier said, of course, than done. I always saying I want to learn that, this and that, but probably I don't have the time for it. Like, I have to dedicate myself more to Maya, to kind of improve on my portfolio. So maybe when I get to a point where I can get a breath a bit, to try other things, maybe that's the moment when I'll try to do something else. And yeah, get my hands on Houdini. Yeah, it's a great stuff, that and all that it does, at least from what I've seen. Yeah. Now this something that I'm working on right now here, guys, will be never seen on the model to that extent as I might think it will. So all that is just perfectionist at work, I'll say. And cut everything that you can cut that's not really important. So all of that. Model some roads and environments, racetracks, whatever you need. It's so nice because you can draw a curve and you can create tools to do a ton of stuff at the same time. The curve creates a road, the road will flatten the terrain near it, based on the road, no trees, foliage, etc. spawn there. It's rather tricky here to just lower, just a sec. No trees, foliage, etc. spawn there. Texture maps, masks can be placed near the road as well. It's just rules and how you want the various assets react to that. Sounds great, man. Sounds great. Certainly it's something that I might use for building up a racing track. That's something I used to draw as a kid. Every moment I had as a kid, free time, you know, in between classes, that you have like these 15 minutes spare, you know, for be it any food or anything like that, or people would kids will just we all have been kids at some time, so as kids you know you would go out in the yard and play and do stuff. Well, my point being is that in each of that moment I had as a kid, I was drawing racetracks at the back of my notepad, my book, whatever I had at the time. And it was either racetracks, helmets, racing helmets, or race cars. So I might be now, Ola, that you mentioned about mechanical designs and machines, stuff that I might do, would I be interested and so on. I'll tell you, I'll be really much interested into doing also a racetrack. And I mean, I have so many things that I want to do. Obviously, I mean, who doesn't? For us who are dwelling in this industry, we all have things that we want to do, of course, but there's just not enough time, I'll say. So I don't know, I mean, I guess I should just hurry up, you know, about all that. I hope that streaming will help me down that path, because you see, while streaming I'm kind of more productive, doing more things. Like I said yesterday, I've been streaming for 9 hours. For 9 hours I've been working on this, and I'm 9 hours now closer to finishing this model than I would have been a week ago. I actually might have inspired someone in from here locally in my country. One guy said something that was been, what's the word, not known to me. I wasn't aware of it, not at all. he says, you see, Dushko, I'm looking at you streaming, and I was tempted to try myself and do it because, you know, he thought it was, it was good. So that's already something great, I would say. But yeah, anyway, racing tracks, that might be something that, like I've said, I might do at some point. You could make the track of your childhood dreams. Absolutely. I always, since a kid, I wanted to make a racetrack going around my municipality here, my neighborhood. And maybe someday I can get to do that. Now, instead of doing that for each, I'll just make this. Select that. Now, yeah, that's too way off of the axle, of the axis actually. So I'll just try to find, actually this might be, no, that's too far off as well. And it's not in the right direction. Is it like that? Yeah, it's like that. So now I'll just have one flat, very flat as well, like that. Line here. Yeah, it's reacting to it. So if I pull it, it's gonna be flat up until that point. And I'll reattach each of these points that I have here. So now the one on the top is perfectly flat, like mechanically it should be, you know. Now this is a thing which I would say artists needs to take into account. Yesterday I was speaking with a friend who is doing a headlights for his vehicle, believe it or not. I think it's actually not for his vehicle, but for a friend of his. But anyway, he's doing retopology, and he was wondering, should he preserve the details where there are bumps on some parts and whatnot. But, you know, mechanically they have to be straight. Like, as precise as they could be. For example, this line here, this block that on which other elements would rest, it won't make any sense mechanically if they're not fully, you know, flat. So it's just like common sense. Yes, you make it flat. Don't take that 3D scan too seriously. Those can be at fault, you know, depending how they have been taken. And maybe I'm wrong after all, but that's just what makes the most sense to me and how I'm doing things. I wouldn't say that's how I began saying this, but not to get too philosophical about it. All I'm trying to say is that about mechanical stuff, you should tend to have straight lines, you know? Let's see if this is rather off. No, there is no other line there, so that's fine, that's good. Now we can just erase these here, so to give us more clean geometry in the middle. Don't mind the rest, we'll clean it up in a moment, so you would see it will be better, you know. And look at these, they're just additional, not necessary lines here that we can just remove without any concern. And just like that, we have much more polished surface. Come on, I hate when Maya does that. I'm dragging the line there and it's not reacting to it, you know. It's kind of slow. Look at that. Come on. let's have it like that. Did I heard a message? I'm reading you, Buba. But that's the good thing with modeling. The scan is a reference. There could be faults with the item you're scanning, but it can. But I can't blame the scan itself for being wrong. Absolutely. Olaf, forgive me for asking because I don't quite remember. Maybe I should. This is something I should definitely get better with. I'm saying. My point is now about. More about streaming and people joining in, commenting and all that. There has been, like I've said, another guy who came on my stream. I think he's a professor in Norway or Sweden. I wouldn't be sure, but both of you kind of have very similar names. So I just want to ask, please, if you can tell me once again, were you the instructor from Norway or Sweden? How it was? I just don't remember that. It's kind of mixed. And yesterday and the day before that, one guy came actually, and you can actually all read it. He says, "Oh, I'm a fan of yours, this and that. I follow you on Instagram, but I have no clue who he is, and he is from my city here, so I couldn't remember about it, and I don't feel good about it. So I want to remember. So to." Once and for all, so to speak. Yes, I was a teacher at vocational school in Norway. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Now this is a time I won't forget it. So, if I may ask, what is vocational school? We don't have such things in here, unfortunately. In our country, we barely have primary schools, because, yeah, everything is so bad. Running wise, the government and all that, corruption, it's a disaster. So my best man on wedding is living in Sweden. When he fell and broke his clutch bone here, he says an ambulance came right away, took him. He had the best meal of his life in the hospital. They performed a surgery on his shoulder, put titanium stuff, and all that. The surgery went great. Everything was covered and all that. He, of course, paid something for it afterwards, but the point is, he has been taken care of, whereas in our country, it's a disaster. So, what I'm trying to say is that services such as schools and things like these are not so well in our country. So I wouldn't have any clue what vocational school is. It's not mandatory school. Aha, I see what you mean by vocational. Now I got it, understood. We have such things in here as well. Okay, I thought it was something else entirely. It's not a mandatory school. You go there to get more hands-on learning. The students are from 20 to 50 plus. They can be straight out of school or going back to school after years in one industry but want to pursue a career in different direction. It's quite costly too, since it's private owned. 1 year can be 70k, 90k or so. That's extremely expensive, I would say. Back in 2002, 2003, something, those years, I've been in an academy as well for learning computer stuff, like you know, the basics. I wrote wrong. 9K. Okay, that's entirely different. That I can understand. But 70K, I was like, oh my, that's a lot. 70, 90K in Norwegian crowns, or how it will call them in Macedonia, kruni. Maybe that's how it's pronounced in Norway as well. Yeah, so we have those schools in here, sure. Private owned, and they're as well expensive. Like you just mentioned, heck, I also paid like 2,000 euros for this course when I was learning 3D, so I completely get it. Now I'm trying to make this a full circle and to be proper one, you know, like. So what I'll do here is I'll try to, first of all, let's try and get this like that. So I'll have it flat, so it makes some sense, you know. Again, the scan, it shows it needs to be curved like that. Maybe I'll make it in the end. I'm not saying I won't, but for now, for me to get better at the modeling process, I'll just get like a certain height here that I would think it's good visually, and I will have the center of it. So that's what I'll use as the center of the cylinder I'm gonna use in there, so to get manually the circles to be proper like that, you see. So that's the center, we are sure of it, and surely enough it says that this area in here it's like a surplus. So I'm just gonna go around it, and by taking these two, so the bottom follows as well, the bottom structure of it, if that makes sense. And by the way, I just made a mistake. So we have 27 here, whereas this is 20 by default, is it? Yep. So we'll make it 27 too. And now we should have more control on, you know, pinpointing these edges in here and make it more structure wise believable, you know. Come on. One thing that I believe it's not enough said about 3D, about doing 3D, is the fact that 3D modeling is not defined as this is wrong, this is right, you know, but it's a creative stuff that you can. I'm not talking about the model, I'm talking about the modeling ways, like what would you do, how would you go about modeling something. For sure there might be easier methods, there might be faster methods, there might be harder methods, and so on and so on, but it's your choice on how you would like to get something, and it's the creative process, the brainstorming of how that is done, and every single time you learn something. So about this, I could have taken like two different approaches, where I could have just taken the vertices on the top, but then again I had to, you know, make these on the bottom to stick with this element, so it will be like double work in that sense. Whereas what I did is I took the whole edge and I just pinpointed the whole edge, so in that time in the same time while I was doing the top circle, I had the bottom circle to follow, you know, to be fully like that. So, you know, it's not right or wrong one or the other way. I'm just saying that you can have you can play with that. So I'll make this a bit more sharper. Actually, no, this is alloy metal here, so it's gonna be perfectly well if I leave it like that, you know. Maybe just use one material for everything, or that's already one material. Although, yeah, it was a bit different for sure. Some glitch in there. You see, it changed color. Now it's much more defined. These I will bevel them once again, very sharp in this instance, so we get that mechanical, more defined look. Sorry, I have every intention of doing welding around it and all that. This is again, look at that, how deep that would be. So that would be barely visible or anything. I'll have to go very close to, you know, so to showcase anything. And now it depends on how deep I want to showcase later on in the visualizations. If I intend on having them that close, then I should bother about those details. But if not, it's just probably, you know, not worth the time to spend on that. But I'll try to do the most, like, you know, the more I can, you know. I know how to say that in English. This is exactly, just one second, I haven't read the previous message of Ola. So, students often are too hung up on rights and wrongs, and it's hard to get them out of the mindset. Models can be anything during the modeling process. Good topology is a different challenge entirely. I had Ola, to you, now I'm talking with specifically to you as a teacher. Me being on the other side as a student, when I was learning 3D, I had the same kind of constraint in my... Obviously, we have these constraints only in our head when it comes to the work. Not that we had constraints on the models, but I'm doing something and I'm thinking like, this is not how it's supposed to be. It has to be much more complicated. And I have this constraint then of not being able to move on because I consider things to be more complicated, and they're not. So once I learned that, and once I learned that I shouldn't do every polygon to be entirely a quad, but I can use multicut and modify it like this if I want to, and so on and so on. I freed myself. So now I can do basically anything I put my mind to it. Like, I don't see any constraint in, you know, whatever is being here wrong, completely fine. I'll just do this like fully a cut, I'll move it, I'll go around it. So it's no longer a problem. But when I began learning 3D, for me was everything, okay, now this is a quad, now look at this here, this is not okay. Now I might dwell on it for half an hour, you know. But it shouldn't be like, I mean, that's normal when you begin, but once you start doing it, that's not important. What you need to care about is clean geometry, like at certain points where something needs to be encircled like this, you know, to have full circles so you can have control of that object, or I don't know what, like this part, I don't know, I'm just, you know, that yes, but otherwise it doesn't matter. So this is exactly why it can be inspiring to watch other modelers at work. You pick up on methods you've never thought of before, ways to solve difficult situations. Absolutely. And everyone is different, you know. I'm sure that if you watch someone else right now doing in Maya, he might be working entirely different. Like, I had this guy in the studio I was working on in Race Room while working on projects for Race Room. There was a guy next to me sitting, like, I have this laptop here, he is sitting right next to me, and I'm watching him. He is doing work in Maya as well, but his working method in Maya was more alike to using 3ds Max. Now, I didn't know at the time, I was still learning, and I was also amazed at the time when people would just look at a model and say, oh, that's in ZBrush, oh, that's in Maya, you know, and later enough, sure enough, I learned that that's two completely ways of working, you know, sculpting, polygon modeling, it's entirely different, although they're both on polygons, but you know, you get to learn those things. So I've learned as well that 3ds Max is working in a certain way, whereas you have these, you don't have these controls, you know, like this. You have them, but it's not. I don't know how to say this. Maybe, yeah, they're just offering more, I guess, and you tend to work more with, you know, for example, whereas in Maya, now I'm not sure if I'll be right on this, but in Maya, I would go shift, the right click, and you go like select the model, shift, and you can do whatever you like to it, you know, like already work on it. In 3ds Max, what he would do is he would click on the model, he would go in the right tabs here, he would add a node for editing the object, and he would start working on it. So to me, that was odd. Like, why would you do that? You know, you have everything at the tips on your finger, at your finger. You know, why would you go right in the tabs, add nodes to change this? Why would you add node for bevel, whereas you can just select the bevel, the edge, and add bevel, like that. But he would select the edge, and he would go in the nodes. He would add bevel node. So the edge would be beveled. So it's entirely different thing, but still the same software. So it was easy, not easy, it was interesting to see that. How people can be working so differently, albeit in the same softwares. And when I saw that, yeah, so I asked him, like, are you working, were you working with 3ds Max? He said yes. And I kind of felt, and I still do, felt like proud to have noticed something and was able to distinguish softwares among 3D artists on depending on how they work, you know. But it's so easy. You only have to do it probably for a short period of time, and you would know it already. Now this is quite defined. We have nice definition. The UI and user experience is different. Yeah. Some of the now I'm getting higher in the content in the chat. Yeah. Just a moment. You say you still have that. I need to be conscious about it while I work. We all have. I'm sure I do too, without not being aware of it. Sometimes I get stuck at some points, you know, like, how should I go about this now, you know? And would have no clue, really, until some time passes on and I go around, try, and sometimes in a given moment it clicks. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's how it's supposed to be done. For example, I had that with the caliper. The caliper I've been doing, let me open up right now. I want to just show it because otherwise what I'll say might not make sense. Where is the caliper? So let me open on the big screen. So here, yeah, it's a good reference here. So from this edge to this one here, like, and this element that goes to the left, which is cut, and then like it's cut at an angle, and I only had one reference. I couldn't see much of these details. So what I did is I just made the outer shell, and I tried to get the main body here, which was obvious that there is some depth where the Brembo is, you know. And by doing that, when I add the circle here and looking at the angle that one is cut, I figured that this is not how I previously assumed that it's round, because again I did not have like a straight on reference. I had to go around and so on. Anyway, just a question I have on YouTube. Why I'm not seeing those questions, or have I missed that? Anesai asked me one thing, and Anesai, if you're there, I'm working around 5 to 9 hours a day. Now that's a big difference, but yeah, let me just answer your question there. Anyway, so what I was trying to say, Ola, is that by doing the other elements around the model, spontaneously it came to show how this area here needs to look, and then how this needs to look here. At first I wouldn't have any clue, you know, I wouldn't know. But only by doing it while working on the model, you go around, you do one shape, you end up, you know, with a dead end, basically. You cannot tweak the shape to get to this point. So you're like, okay, for me to get to that point, what do I need to do? I need to lower probably this area so I can extrude an angle here, and so yeah, those things. I mean, I don't know if anyone has does not have that problem. I think everyone has it. Model is the opposite way. You're always in component modeling edit mode. You must actively select item selection, which is the default mode in Maya. Yeah. Interesting about now that you mentioned Moda is that I've never used that. I don't even know how to operate in that, but I've heard people working with it. I mean, working with it, I'm not saying it's bad or anything like that. It's always good to learn softwares, whatever it might be, you know, to learn. The more the merrier. You're just gonna be better at what you do. So I'm always up for that, you know. Here's the rooster again. I gotta play this again. I might have this like my anthem for my live stream. I need to move on, do things in the house I really should do instead. Always nice catching up and see your progress. Look forward to see where you are at next time. Ola, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure, as always, to have you. what to say, like having people who are very skilled in the industry that I'm also working, being present on my stream, it's something I'm very proud of. I mean, you're a teacher, you know, so it's really a pleasure to have you, and thanks for keeping up and having this chat with me, so I don't feel like I'm this lonely on this Friday overcast day. So yeah, I'll be streaming more or less every single day again, unless I get some project like I was in the past almost 2 months, where I couldn't really lift up my head, because of so many projects. So yeah, feel free to join anytime, of course, and we'll be in touch. Have a great day and talk to you next time. I have friends who some of them are really not appreciating, or not appreciating, but are actually what's the word? What would be the word for it? Like, let's say confused at why they would say, why would you stream? So what if I tell you that yesterday, for example, I had an engineer here from Bentley. Where would you get that? Like, he's working with a brand like that, and I get to talk with such person to get to know him at least a bit more, or how they're working. You establish connections and all that, and that's the whole point of streaming. For me, it's not the point of showcase, what I do. I don't think that I'm doing something much better than anyone else. That's honestly what I believe. All the compliments I would get would put me like on a pedestal, like, oh, Dushko, he's doing great vehicles, this and that. Well, if I am doing, anyone can do. I don't know. My point being is that, again, like I've said, what's important is the networking, which is, great to have. Yesterday, after 9 hours, I had my finger really hurting me. It was really quite painful, to be honest. And I think I'll deform my bone here from pressing that hard. We talked a lot. Now a bit of calmness. Today the stream won't be as long as it was yesterday. Right now the hour it's 11 here, my local time, and I'll be finished by 3 or 4 o'clock, so that's like 4 more hours of streaming at most. Let's get this to connect. The lower compartment of it. Shall we say it like that? Well, that one would be there. actually know. Guys, can you hear the music? Or is it too low? Just curious, should I maybe play it high, with more volume or less volume? Anyway, let me focus on what's actually more important. So, yeah, this is like a plate beneath, which means oh my. But yeah, what do you expect? This is a topology of a damaged 3D scan in a nutshell. So there are a lot of broken elements which I need to fill in. How the microphone is not reacting up until now. It wasn't. I don't know why. This is changing all the time. I haven't changed it anyhow. really doesn't make any sense. Bonjour, Anthony. What's up? Yeah, first time on the chat. How to make that so I can have both visible? Yeah. Great, man. Great. Working. Doing what you see that I'm doing right now. Working on this vehicle of mine that I'm delivering. I will try to deliver it, sell it and all that, but first, you know, I'm trying to make it for my portfolio, as piece on portfolio. How are you? What's up? You fellow 3D artists? You love Autodesk. I'm glad to hear that. There are not many people who love it these days, you know. You know how it is. Oh, 3ds Max. Nice. Nice, nice. Welcome. Well, this is not Blender stuff. This is, I mean, stream-wise, it's more about, not, I wouldn't say Autodesk because I don't do anything in 3ds Max, but it's definitely not Blender stuff. So it's, I'm working with Maya, and that's it. So feel free to hang out. Feel free to subscribe, follow if you care. It's much appreciated. Not that I would ask it otherwise, but being a fellow 3D artist, why not, you know? I would love to have you here on the channel. Are you working on something now, or? Thank you very much. It can be much better. I mean, this is what you're seeing right now, but this is what I'm working on, and this is what I've done so far. So it's a lot more, you know, that meets the eye at first. I have a lot of things going on. This is all done. You can see more stuff on my YouTube channel here. So yeah, see, I have a lot more things going on in there, like videos I've posted. So if you are interested in it, feel free to check it out, of course. Now I'm doing the engine in the back, obviously. Hoping to, I won't finish it today, but I hope to make it like a major part of it today, hopefully. So I can move on with cable suspensions. This part here is mainly done, and I will see how much of it I'll be able to do, because I don't intend on making it everything, but a big part of it for sure. Where are you from, Anthony? Are you from France, Anthony? I know a skier who is from, oh, south of, oh, Toulouse, from south of France. Are you skiing yourself? Because in the lower part of France, I suppose that's where the Alps are. I'm a baguette, a croissant. What do you mean by that? You're a person, you're not a food. Or you mean like in relate to France, what's known from France, the baguettes, the croissants. Well, if you ask me, I mean, France is much more than that, so... And forgive me, but I wouldn't prescribe croissants being natively, literally something that reminds me entirely of France. We have a lot of amazing croissants here in our country, in Macedonia as well. Yeah, they're quite famous in France, but there are a lot more things about France that, you know, I mean, you have very rich culture, great foods. One thing about France, I'll say, when I went in Paris, back in 2009 for the first time, and so far the last time. I mean, it's a very big city, and I found it to be very cold, because here in the Balkans it's not quite like that. You know, we can go in tavern anytime, we can go out drinking anytime, and so on. In France it was quite cold. The people were not so engaging, and so on and so on. Anyway, we go in a bar and we ask what's the favorites here, what's your specialty and all that, and they gave us snail's meat. I tried it and I literally puked it in the very same moment. I cannot understand how you people eat that. I truly don't. I mean, your cuisine is so great. You know, when I was a kid, I've watched a lot of chefs on shows, on TVs from France doing foods, brilliant stuff and all that. And your specialty, it's like snails. I mean, I was gobsmacked, you know. I cannot try that. I mean, nothing personal, nothing against France or anything. I mean, we have a lot of traditional foods here in Macedonia that I won't ever try it, you know. For example, the intestines of an animal. They have this special dish here. They have the intestines of the animal, like some... I don't know how they're called even, you know, and it's very ugly, you know. I don't like it. I have a friend of mine who is dying for that food. He would drive for miles only to eat that food. And one time he did that to me, and I almost killed him. Like, you drove me all this, you know, way only to try this. I'm gonna kill you. So, yeah, there are better things to eat than snails. Absolutely, for sure. A friend of mine just proposed to his girlfriend in Paris. They went on a weekend, on a few days, and yeah, he proposed to her there. I have another friend also that proposed to his wife now on the Eiffel Tower 2 years ago. I mean, I'm speaking about friends that I hang out with, that I know, that have got engaged in France. You know what? I'll do the following. Instead of me trying to build this like a Lego blocks, I'll just cut these to mark where the circles are, and I'll combine them just like that, and I'll just try and do this instead. Like, let's speed up the workflow here because I have a lot of things to do on this vehicle, and I want to see this done. The sooner the better. I have a lot more things to do that I plan on, at least. We'll see how those will be, or when those will be done. So that will be that. Yeah, not necessarily that needs to be like that. I mean that flat, so let's remove. You're doing the topology of a photogrammetry model. It's impressive. I feel like you're stuck to the surface. Stuck in what sense? Not necessarily. I am just reworking, you know, to make sure everything is as authentic as possible. This is a 3D scan of a Porsche 962, and I'm reworking, yeah, the surface right now. So before I, you know, dive into texturing and all that, the UV mapping, all this has to be UV mapped after that, after I finish, of course, with the topology. So for the time being, I'm trying only to, yeah, make this as viable as possible, you know, to make sense of what this it tends to be, which is an arm of the suspension of the back of the car. So no, and come on, when this happens, I so much hate it. Like, I specifically go on bridge here, and automatically by accident it goes at like a division. I don't need a division. Jesus Christ, I hate that when that happens. And I hate when Maya can't really follow my inputs. Like, it's too slow. much better looking. Now let's see where the circles are here. So we have okay, what I'll do in this instance is I'll take circles like that. And by the way, Anthony, this is a car that has been raced in your country, in LeMans, several times. In the famous 24. Come on, what the hell? Conform snap on the surface. Woohoo. Yeah, I was just talking about that. For example, I want to know what conform is. I've heard about it, but I don't use it in my workflow. I work entirely different way. I want to have manual control. But yeah, after all, you're working in 3ds Max, so in there might there be such thing, you know, of a kind like that, what you just mentioned. Here I wouldn't really know about it. I'll just now try to block out these elements one by one. It's gonna be a bit tricky, but nothing that we cannot do. So we have a circle here, like that. We have another one here, which is much smaller, like that. So I'll just gonna take these. Yep, just like that. And first things first, yeah, I'm gonna add a bit more details here. This is going to be using booleans. LeMans, yeah. Do you watch F1 or something like that, motorsports? I guess you don't. So what I was saying is that I love the way that each and everyone has an entirely different way of working, although we can use the same softwares. For example, one can work in Maya but have entirely different working methods than I would have, and me compared to them, which is completely fine, because of course there is no right or wrong, it's just how you approach certain things. And I'll try to be aggressive about this now with all of these geometries here, and then try and clean it up. Oh my. Wait a sec, someone has followed and I couldn't have seen it on the stream. Why is this happening? It should give me when someone follows. And I don't even have a notification, or is that someone just activated his profile again, so some long-standing follower that just got active again? So that can be explained. Can explain, but anyway. Guys, can you tell me please if you can hear any music? Well, thank you for the support. I guess I'll have to try it myself. Well, thank you for the support. It's good. I knew it. Why is this happening? I'm having troubles all this time. I have changed the microphone several times and still it didn't work. What's happening with the stream? Yeah, mate, but I haven't changed anything, and twice now it happens that the audio is off, and I have no idea why. Now I just want to delete some parts of here that are present. OBS stuff, but I don't know, it's weird. I'm using this OBS stuff, and every time I play the software, every single time I need to skip updates of versions and all that, although I have clicked the settings for off on whether to check any updates or not. So it's like it doesn't take any commands. It's from Stream Elements, the live one. Yeah, the live one. Previously I did not have these issues, but now, yeah, that's what I think the same. It's my microphone. It's how it's supposed to be. Now I think it should be for default for all the time. Also set UBS into portable mode. How to do that? Is that... I mean, the problem is that whatever I do, it's like it doesn't take inputs. It's like every single time I have to do it all over again. And it's really nerve-wracking. What portable mode does, it usually locally stored It uses locally stored configs in the install folder instead of Windows dependencies on app data user documents. So you can simply copy when you want on USB and carry with all your settings to any PC reinstall without losing setups. Yeah, the last time when I had troubles with my PC, when I installed all over again OBS, I had to obviously fix everything from scratch. I did not have any previously setups, you know. Hi Mustafa. That's on YouTube, I guess. Yeah, subscribe. there is an element going from here. There is like an arm that's going further to the left, so it's basically like a cylinder passing by. So I'll just have these complexities here eliminated basically like that. Have this lower here, and all these elements basically I'll have it here, and it will continue like that on the other side. Just a moment, be right back. Music. Is the music too loud? Well, I think it's on your end maybe that you have played your speakers too loud, because on my end it's not that loud. It's quite mild, I would say. Yeah, in OBS, in OBS. It's touching the middle of the green. It's not going in the reds, so it shouldn't be that loud. What I'm talking, my microphone is actually much louder. The be right back screen. Let me check that again. But if I go back on the stream, I guess it's all fine. But the be right back. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, now it's muted. I turned it off completely. I don't want any music to be playing whatsoever while that is going on. I wasn't aware. Thank you for that, Grex, a lot, for bringing that up. How are you, by the way? What's going on? Share something on what you were working. I've seen some cosplay weapons, the model that you've been doing. Not much happening when I focus at study. What are you studying? Exactly. Currently the PSOT, APO machine gun. I don't know what that is. PCOT, APO machine gun. I would like to know. And drafting a cosplay armor from Monster Hunter. Not much happening when I focus at study and occasional projects, but though now that I look at the workflow of yours for these parts in Maya. What do you mean? But though now that I look at the workflow of yours for these parts in Maya, and you wanted to say something, I guess. Yesterday was doing one hard surface element. Aha! Surface element myself after months of break from Maya and realized workflow in Blender is so much more efficient for these pieces. Post-apocalyptic. Yeah, in Blender you can do just blockouts and cuts and all those kind of things. But still, I don't think it's gonna be efficient for what I'm trying to do. But yeah, it's easier, but not better. It's just easier. You get to do all these blocks and cuts much more easily. You can use the modifiers that are there. It's great. It's great how it works. I want to try it myself. But yeah, I don't think that would be really what I need actually for this one, because it needs manual work. It needs you know, to go and dive yourself into it manually, because, and in Blender it or Maya doesn't make sense, not sense, but any difference I wanted to say, whether it's here or there. But for mechanical parts, which you might do on your own for concept or anything, it's definitely, you know, great stuff. Just seeing myself that most aspects are so much efficient since the free add-ons and extensions from official Blender dev community. Yeah, mate, I mean, the community in Blender is so great, it's so alive, a lot of people are there, like, you know, contributing to it daily. It's really great, I mean, and it's how it should be, generally. I can only wish that's how it was with Maya, but it's not, sadly, because, you know, if you want to try and get something with Maya, it's not even remotely as easy as that. For example, you cannot find it in tutorials. It's hard, like different versions, this and that, and then who did it, how. It's different in Blender. It's like all uniform. I believe. I mean, I have a friend who is working in Blender, and you know, he would say, no, that's not how it is. But if you ask me, to what I am used in Maya, Blender is much more simpler when it comes to those stuff, you know. It's much more straightforward. Like, it's one version, or yeah, you can get the other version, but everything is updated with that. Yeah, surely some things are found different on different side of the screen or anything like that, but it's no big deal, you know. It's not like you have to develop whole new pipeline on how to make environment shadow catcher and things like that. So in Maya it's like that. For example, if you have different versions and different renderers into the software itself, Shadow Catcher, oh my, it's completely different. So I remember on Maya 2020 when I wanted to do environments and shadow catching from environment, I spent 5 hours trying to learn how it's done because I couldn't find any tutorial on the internet anywhere. So for Blender, I'm sure that would have been much easier, much faster, really much more efficient. And that's not to say it's better, you know, it's just more trickier. The community that we discussed right now, it's much more, you know, open for Blender, which is great, again. I want to really learn Blender, to model in Blender, and maybe I'll do some streaming in Blender, and maybe guys you can help me out with how that is done, so maybe I can learn something, you know. I'm using too Blender as well, but not to the extent I'm using Maya. For example, I'm using Blender only for visualizations if I need, but for modeling it's always Maya, for myself. Sorry guys, I've been doing something here on the side. Yeah, I mean, I know that you know all these details. You've told me several times about, and even Maya, you know, toolkits that you use. I never used any. Still. But yeah, they're very convenient, you know, as you would know yourself better. Since like changing, okay, so otherwise your mind melts due to shift from Alt to Shift for cam rotation. Yeah, since like changing Blender keymaps to industry compatible is like time suicide. In what sense? What I'll say is that if I get on to learn Blender, I will try to learn it how it should be learned, you know, with its native controls. I wouldn't like to switch to Maya controls or anything like that. I would like to learn it how it's used in Blender, so I would, you know, learn properly how Blender works with its native controls. I would easily navigate myself if I make the controls as in Maya. My point is not to make it easy, but to actually gain something from it and learn the Blender, let's say, workflow. Because I know that Blender has a lot of shortcuts for many things, and many things are done actually much more efficient than they are in Maya. So what would be the purpose of, you know, going to learn Blender if I'm trying to use Maya controls? I won't do that, and I won't advise for anyone really. This is going to be some interesting UV and wrapping. There are still bits and pieces that needs closing in here before we are more or less completed with this chapter, which is the rear engine here. I mean, these details at least. Far from finishing, I have a lot more to do on this vehicle. You wouldn't believe it. So, but yeah, my goal is that once I do it, I will leave people in awe of what has been done. I have the scan, so I want to make use of it, you know, to the max that I can. Actually, that's not how it works here. So this is like a half circle here. Now just sorry guys, I'll have to focus a bit on the work itself, so I won't be able to read much. What's the time? 1:13. I think it's time for second coffee. Be right back. Whoopa. Chat disconnected. What the hell? It shouldn't be disconnected. No, it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube, not on OBS. On OBS it happens, but it's getting reconnected immediately again. But on YouTube it says disconnected. Just to get a jacket because it's quite cold. It's getting colder. What's the time? 1:25. Oh my. Actually, I won't need the... Why is this tripping? Like, oh my god. Yeah, there's my phone. Just a second. Need to get a message. Oh, there's already. Okay, mate, have a nice day. Thank you for stopping by, and look forward to see your stream later on when you're doing so. Tonight I'm gonna go in a tavern with Diamondus that you're seeing on the channel. We're gonna go in a tavern, so having a drink or two here locally. So I won't be able, I won't be here during the late hours, so to speak. But yeah, take care, mate. Take care. And bye-bye. I think this is the best playlist I have. Don't you agree, guys? It's very nice music. I'll actually play this loud. Guys, what do you think about Seiko watches? Seiko. Let's see. My time, not be watch. My time. Seiko. So, what the hell? Jeez. Oh my. But yeah, they're very beautiful watches. Let's have it like this. So sport. No. let's get back to it. I'm gonna play some podcast. I hope it won't. Anyway, there's no activity on the chat, so
by your advantage, particularly in the opening.
no bee about that.
We were surprised
because over the winter, while we innovated so much and we were brave and ambitious, we actually thought that we had achieved 50% of what we wanted to achieve in terms of lap time step. In fairness, I have to say that while it looks like McLaren was dominant, this was the case only in a few races. And I think this was the case where it was hot, somehow similar to Mexico. You know, like we have hot conditions, low grip, high thermal degradation of the tires in the race. This creates a set of conditions in which I think our car excels. But in many other situations, we were not the fastest. We got beaten. Even at the start of the season, Verstappen won Japan, he won Imola, he was pole position in Saudi, and he would have won the race if it wasn't for Oscar mastering corner one. So I think where we have been the best, as a team at least, as a constructor and as drivers, was in our consistency. We have always been there. We have been there in pretty much all conditions, while excelling in some specific conditions.
Zach, how nervous were you coming into this year?
I'm always nervous. I'm nervous before every race. I think that's why we make such a good team. You know, picking up on what Andrea said, I think we're just a better team this year. Better drivers, better teammates, better strategy, better race car. We're just a better team. It's just as difficult being the hunter as it is the hunted, but it is different. Comes with different pressures. I don't think one's easier or more difficult than another, but the pressure when you've won inevitably goes up because you're at the top of the mountain and everybody's trying to knock you off the top of the mountain. And that comes with pressure, which means you can't get complacent. We see how quickly this sport moves. As Andrea said, we were dominant, if you like, at the start of the year because of how well we were executing but our car was definitely dominant in some races, but we got beat fair and square, poles, things of that nature, so it all had to come together. But, you know, coming back to the first question, the nervousness, I want to win. We all want to win. And there's two types of people in this world that I describe. It's those people that are motivated by the thrill of victory, and then those people that are motivated by the fear of defeat. Both are ways to kind of get out of bed every day and push. I'm more motivated by the fear of defeat, which I think is kind of the unhealthier version. It comes with more stress, comes with more worrying, comes with more nervousness, whatever you want to call it. But I use that to give me inner strength to wake up every day. I think Andrea, sitting alongside him on pit walls, more motivated by the positivity and the thrill of victory, and the combination both get you to the front, right? It's just what you use to drive yourself and drive the team. And we're enjoying being on top. It's a privilege being on top. We know it won't last forever, but if we keep doing what we're doing, maybe we can push out that day as far as possible. And then when we do have a little bit of a dip, like we've had the last few races, it's a much more resilient team. We're a better team now, so we recover quicker, we dust ourselves off, we learn from our mistakes, and we go again. And so to have such a dominant performance in Mexico was just what the doctor ordered.
So, Andrea, is it the lure of success for you, as Zach says?
I think between the two, like the fear or like, the looking forward to the opportunity, I tend to look more to the opportunity, to the idea that it's going to really be very good when we win. You know, I have this optimistic approach to things. At the same time, I know that once you have given your best, you're giving your best. That was the best of yourself. If somebody is better than you, hats off, and we work even harder to beat him next time. So that's more my philosophy.
Okay, so different motivations for the two of you, but I believe you have revolutionized the way you run a Formula One team. Zach, you're the CEO, you're the team principal, Andrea. Why does the two-pronged approach work so well? Why is it necessary?
I think the size of these racing teams now, the amount of time, effort, commitment that is required to do what Andrea and I do you cannot do as one person. You know, I wasn't in Mexico, and I joined every team debrief, which Andrea joins. Normally I don't, because I can't, because I've got sponsor commitments, media commitments, shareholder commitments. If I wasn't there doing that, someone would need to do it. That would be Andrea. So like, you can't be in two places at one time in a sport that is so competitive, so relentless. You can't leave anything on the table. You need to be 100% committed to everything you're doing. And when you look at our collective role profiles, if you'd like, where back in the, not long ago when Formula One teams were 200, 300, 400, 500 people, usually the CEO, the team principal, was also the owner of the team. And there's just too many responsibilities now, and the competition is too good to be in a position where if we're kind of 90%, when the whole field's covered by 2%, you got to give 100% in everything you do. Aside from that, I don't have his skills. I don't have Andrea's engineering background, understanding of the sport technically. So if we reversed roles, even though we would all be totally dedicated to what we're doing, I'm pretty sure the car wouldn't be as fast if I was touching it.
So as a headline, Zach, you look after the board, the commercial side?
I run the business and support Andrea in every way I can, and he asks. My view, you know, in McLaren, is I work for the team, they don't work for me. We have 1,400 people in total, not all of those on Formula One. Obviously, we've got IndyCar team and a WEC team, but the strong majority of it, you know, 1,000 if you'd like, is Formula One. What do I need to give them? People, motivation, resources, drivers, whatever that, brand, sponsors, to allow them to operate at their best. So my mindset is I work for the race team. The race team doesn't work for me. When I'm at a race weekend, what can I do to help Andrea operate at his maximum capacity? That's my mindset here at the factory and at the racetrack.
Andrea, as TP,
Yeah.
tell us about your role.
Well, while listening to Zach, you know, I think obviously we can give a version in which there's a distribution of tasks or responsibilities of remit. But while you were speaking, Zach, I actually was thinking that it's almost like the team is run by one person, but in two people. Like, it's just, you know, there's nothing I do that I don't think, like, would Zach approve it? What would Zach think? Like, we are completely connected. We chat on the phone continuously. And I think that's where you create the real power. It's not because we divide, oh, this is my territory, this is Zach's territory. It's in reality sort of an enhancement of your abilities, because you come with two heads, with two ways of thinking, with two, you know, even an emotional pattern that is different. But ultimately, we lead the same thing together. And there's many things that we approach it together. I come from an angle, and then we kind of coordinate, and Zach will come from a different angle. Okay, like sometimes it's a same organizational change, or it's the same support to a certain person. We just come from different directions. So more than seeing the separation, I actually see the unity. But we come with our, just being two different individuals, different background, but effectively leading the same thing together. This would not be possible if there wasn't the underlying condition of a great relationship, great respect, and esteem, which I think is mutual, and this is what makes it successful. I think this is slightly beyond a business model.
Where did the idea come from to run McLaren like this?
I think I got to give a lot of credit to Sheikh Mohammed, who was our chairman at the time, now vice chairman, and Monsieur Ogier. They brought me in. Andrea was already here, and it was, you know, that was not a good time for McLaren. There were so many different changes, and I'd had a good experience with them. I've done a lot of business with McLaren, so I think it kind of evolved. But you got to say Sheikh Mohammed and Mansour were the ones responsible kind of for putting the pieces in place and then we all kind of work together to put the puzzle together. But they put all the pieces on the table.
Gilles de Ferran said to me once that you guys have a magic recipe. What is it?
Oh, he was part of it.
Yes.
He is part of it. You'll notice on Andrea's race kit, Gilles de Ferran badge. You'll see on all my mobile devices, little Gilles stage. Gilles is part of this racing team. I think he was part of the magic, and I think his greatest strength, he was a people person, a great communicator, and a proper racer who had a great technical understanding. When you put that all together, I think if you kind of look at how Andrea and I tackle leading the team, I'd like to think it's through communication. We're racers, we know technology, and he was a good guy. I think we've got a good vibe in here that while we're extremely serious and hard, but fun is a key ingredient to keeping people relaxed in a high pressure environment. So Gilles kind of embodied all of that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. Like keep everybody relaxed in a pressurized competitive environment is part of the initial idea. It was the initial idea because we know that this is where performance can flourish. This is where talent can be unleashed. And Gilles was a fundamental enabler of the belief that this is possible. And he brought also some competence, some technical competence, even financial competence. He was a man of incredible wealth of expertise. And he was in all the initial conversations, and that's why as long as we develop along this main direction, he was effectively one of the initial architects. And we have kept developing along the same initial direction, so we take GDF with us.
It seems like a marriage between you two. Do you disagree a lot? What do you argue about?
I don't think we've ever argued.
Really?
Yep, I can't think of one.
You know.
There's no point in arguing. But I would say we debate. And we debate because we, as Andrea said, we come at things from different angles, experiences. So we don't disagree, we debate, we challenge, but we enjoy it because I think we both value what each other has to say, and two heads is better than one.
This episode is sponsored by Vanta. Anyone in the world of business will know that the bigger your business gets, the messier security and compliance can become. And when customers are trusting you with their data, we'll deal with it later doesn't really cut it. That's where Vanta can help. Vanta helps businesses get compliant fast and stay that way by automating all the tricky, time-consuming bits and keeping everything up to date with continuous monitoring. It works quietly in the background so you can focus on running your company while it handles compliance for frameworks like SOC 2, ISO 27001 to HIPAA and more. I like how it brings everything into one place. Your risk assessments, your controls, even your audit process, so you're not scrabbling when questions come up. And whether you're a growing startup like Cursor or a big player like Snowflake, Vanta scales with you and makes sure trust is something you show, not just say. Get started at vanta.com/grid. That's VANTA.com/grid. This episode is sponsored by Indeed. If I had to build a team from scratch for this podcast or anything else, I'd want people who know the job, understand the pressure, and can deliver from day one. And if I were hiring, I'd want to be sure the right people actually saw the job first. And that's exactly what Indeed Sponsored Jobs is designed to do. Sponsored Jobs boosts your listing, helping it stand out and reach candidates with the skills and experience you're looking for. And it works. According to Indeed data, sponsored jobs posted directly on Indeed are 95% more likely to report a hire than non-sponsored jobs. Now that's a serious edge, especially when the clock's ticking and you need results fast. There's no monthly subscription or long-term contract, and your next hire could be the exact person you've been searching for to help drive your business forward. So spend more time interviewing candidates who check all your boxes, less stress, less time, more results now with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. And listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to help get your job the premium status it deserves at Indeed.com/grid. Just go to Indeed.com/grid right now and support our show by saying you heard about Indeed on this podcast. Indeed.com/grid. Terms and conditions apply. Hiring? Do it the right way with Indeed.
Zach, you were a racing driver. I remember you in British Formula 3 in the mid-90s. Once a driver, always a driver?
Yeah, I think so. You need to learn how to mature, which I've done, and Andrea's helped me a lot with that. As a driver, you're kind of can be highly emotional, adrenaline, and there's a time and place for that, but then there's definitely not a time and place for that. And I think that helps me get up on the wheel and get excited, but there's times to calm down.
Do you talk to Lando and Oscar about driving stuff? I mean, oversteer, understeer, that kind of thing?
Only in a fun, humorous way. I'm not going to teach Lando or Oscar anything, but I think my contribution to them is getting them in the right headspace. They're both funny guys, so we kind of joke around, goof around. I know what the pressure's like of when you're putting the helmet on before you start the race. So I try and kind of just poke the balloon a little bit, let some air out through some, and so I think people operate at their best, whether they're a racing driver or an engineer, when they're happy and in a good environment. So I think the driving part of what I used to do, because I used to be not happy a lot because I wasn't in a great environment, or I didn't trust this person, or I didn't like my team. My racing career, I was rarely happy. And I think I performed worse when I wasn't happy, or I didn't feel supported. So I think that's the driving part of what I bring to our drivers, is creating an environment of trust, happiness, to let them perform at their best.
You're definitely still a driver, because when you are at the pit wall and you watch the onboard and there's a big oversteer, Zach is definitely doing this at the pit wall.
Quick hands, right? I don't even notice I'm doing it.
I noticed because I see like what's happening. Oh yeah, it's the oversteer that we just saw. So it's definitely the driver is still there, he's still driving.
Andrea, did you ever want to race yourself, or has it always been the engineering side that's called you?
I really enjoyed driving, but then even when I drive go-karts and they start to challenge me, like a shifter go-kart, I say like, okay, no, that's too much. So I very easily convinced myself that that would have not been the right career for me. I think the race engineering is where I feel more comfortable by nature, and even the interpretation of being team principal, I still think that is an extension of the way I was working as a race engineer. It's just like a wider group, but you bring almost the same kind of approach, the same values, the same way of generating performance, the same way of taking care of reliability. It's really very similar. I think having been a race engineer is very useful in this job.
9 of the 10 team principals now have an engineering background. Is it for those reasons you've just discussed?
Well, that's an interesting question. Like somehow is what Zach was saying before about how big Formula One teams are now. And also, I think year after year, the technical element becomes more and more important. The marginal gains are smaller and smaller. So I think it's useful when you have some technical conversations and you can help your team, and actually you understand not only the good points, but you understand the true points. Because one challenge in Formula One is that everyone is very good. So everyone will be able to make a good point. Everyone will have a logical conversation with you. But which one is actually the right conversation? Which option is actually the right or more effective option for performance? If you are in condition to support your team by having the equipment to actually understand where is the most valuable of all the good options that you are presented, then you can serve your team in potentially in a more powerful way. So I think having some engineering background and having been at the front line of performance with, in my case, the holistic view that a race engineering role can give you, probably has been useful in sustaining this journey that we are on.
So you do get involved in engineering debrief still today?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's still the part that possibly I enjoy the most.
Now, Zach was saying that before he joined McLaren, he'd done a lot of business with the team. Before you joined McLaren back in 2015, you were at Ferrari for 15 years. Is there anything that you've brought from Italy to England that helps you now?
His wife.
Family, for sure. You know, I've been very privileged because I joined Ferrari in 2000 when the team was starting the dominance. That I think it changed Formula One. It changed, like, it added one more level to the standards that you should establish to actually be successful, and be successful in a way that can be perpetuated over time. And I've been able to collaborate with people from whom I have learned a lot. And I think if there's a characteristic that I've always tried to pay attention to in my own personal development is learn from the people that you work with, learn from the people that you interact. It's such a better way, faster way of becoming every day a better version of yourself. And if I think working with Jean Todt, Luca Di Montezemolo, Ross Brawn, Rory Byrne, Stefano Domenicali, Michael Schumacher, there's so much that you can absorb to become a better version of yourself. So that's what I'm carrying over my career, and definitely has been very beneficial coming to McLaren and being involved in a process of transformation. And in processes of transformation, or even in the process of leading from a team principal point of view, it's very important that you have simple, clear ideas about what is important. And I think understanding what is important in a simple way, in a clear way, in a way that you can actually communicate to everyone else, because you go nowhere alone. You need to carry 1,000 people with you. I think that's coming from this school that I've been privileged to be part of when I was at Ferrari.
Andrea, you speak with such confidence, such knowledge. I'm fascinated about how and why and when you accepted the role of team principal, because Zach tried to persuade you, tell me if I'm wrong, Zach.
No, you're right.
Tried to persuade you to take the job in 2018. You didn't. Why?
Well, in 2018, I think my focus, based on the conversation I had at McLaren, should have been diverted to the technical aspect and like resolving the performance difficulties that we were having. And in fact, at the time I became performance director. And I think we needed to stay focused and relatively limited in the area of influence, because there was a significant amount of insights that I needed to gain. And when you are a team principal, necessarily you need to navigate at a slightly higher level, less detailed, but at the time we were in such a negative spiral that we needed to go into every level of detail to understand why a talented group of people is not in condition to perform. I felt at the time that was the right role for me, and I'm not a kind of a career-led person. I'm more like what's needed for the business. I know I'm gonna get passionate about what I do anyhow, because I'm already privileged enough to be in this environment, which I enjoy independent of the angle I come from. So that was the right thing to do at the time in 2018.
Zach, did you understand that reasoning at the time?
Not as well as I kind of do now, knowing Andrea as I do. The second time around, it wasn't one phone call either.
Still needed persuading.
You're not going to persuade Andrea. He needs to persuade himself. You're going to lay out the opportunity with enthusiasm, but he's going to come to his own decision. We've got a great way of working, and I don't know if it's the engineering side or, I use the right side of the brain and he uses the left, or the other way around, or the front or back, or however that works. But Andrea is very thoughtful, very considerate, almost kind of needs to see the data to know he can take that corner flat. Where I might be a little bit more, I think I can take that corner flat, but there's a chance I'm going to end up in the fence. And so the second time around, needed to sleep on it. I think it was, weekend, a few days, a week.
7 days.
Yeah. And it was, you can't push. Just lay it out there, your rationale, and then kind of let him come to his own decision.
Right. Can we talk about the turnaround of this race team? In the 10 years, because I think it's relevant to what we're talking about now. Zach, when you joined in 2016, the team had finished, I think, 6th in the Constructors' Championship that year. It got worse the following year, didn't it? You finished 9th, second last in the Constructors' Championship. How difficult was it to dig yourselves out of that hole at the time?
I hesitate because at the time it felt like it was taking forever, but then look back, it takes time to turn around a big boat, throw the water off, get it out of the harbor, and then be able to pull the throttle back.
Zach, how desperate was it? Was the team's future ever in doubt back then?
Oh, it was as bad as you could get, right? You're 9th in the championship. You have very little sponsorship. Fans aren't happy with you. And what was worse was the environment, the lack of trust and transparency inside the factory was not good. Other than that, everything was great. What was great was our brand, our history, McLaren. And I had no doubt that we had great people here. But when you have 5 different team bosses in 5 years, right, you can't lead anything when you have a new leader every 12 months. I thought there has to be greatness in here. I've hung out with McLaren for a long time. I remember when we just almost took for granted you're going to finish 1st and 2nd. I remember those years. And so first thing I wanted to do was kind of rebuild trust through transparency and kind of hit on all the different areas, right? So from a fan point of view, all our fans wanted us to go back to Papaya. So we went back to Papaya. That's what our fans wanted. And that brought some energy, some color to our team, right? We were very dark and exclusive, and we weren't inclusive, and it was kind of a quiet place. You would walk around here and you could hear a pin drop. Then tackle the commercial side, because we needed revenue so we could go get new wind tunnels, drivers, more talent, get budget to be able to spend, and then get the right technical team in place. And if you think about, I'll kind of paint a story of where we got to today. In, 19, where we had our first podium. That was the work of 2018-19, and that was Andrea, that was Gilles de Ferran, that was Gilles who brought back Pat Fry, who Andrea worked with. And we kind of start getting some momentum, right? 20 was a good year. The 21 car was actually effectively our 20 car, which is done in 2019. Let me not forget Pete Pedromo in that very select group. But all we did was change power units. Because of COVID, you had to use your tokens. So in 21, we're now won our first race and some good podiums. That was the work of Andrea, Pedromo, Gilles, Pat Fry, and of course everybody else in here. 22, we have the headlines of our driver, challenges with Daniel, who's a great guy and unfortunately just didn't work. But I saw underneath that, I didn't like the direction the team was going and the leadership around what we do today, just incremental gains, kind of never being satisfied, striving for perfection, never getting to perfection because you can always do better, but still chasing it, that type of incremental teamwork mindset. So for me, my aha moment, even though all the headlines were kind of Daniel and driver issues, was the French Grand Prix in 22. We brought our big upgrades and they didn't work. And the response wasn't the response I was expecting. Forget about the fact that technically I can't solve that problem, but I could look at the people I'm expecting to solve that problem and go, did you guys not just see what happened on Sunday? And it was just kind of like business as usual on Monday. That was my light bulb moment. And then made those changes at the end of the year. After a week sitting on, I hope Andrea does this, came in and very quickly went to work, identified that we have a problem with our car at the start of 23, which I knew would be the case in the middle of 22, because that's when you're heavy into development. Became very transparent. We told the media, and everyone was, oh my God, what are you crazy? It was like, well, you're going to see it the first race, so we might as well be straight with you. So we're very straight talkers. We stay very disciplined on how we carry ourselves. We're honest with ourselves. We're honest with everyone. And kept saying, don't worry, we'll be good in Austria. And as you know, Andrea, he doesn't make big claims, but he was starting to kind of like, Austria's going to be good. And I'm like, oh, I hope it's going to be good, because up until Austria was pretty miserable. And bolt on the new car to Lando, goes out, has a great result. Then that nervousness is like, what if it's just we're good around there and Lando's good around there, and then Oscar gets it, and then magic happens at Silverstone, and it's been a pretty awesome ride since then. And the story I like to tell, it comes back to the people. It's the same, call it 1,000 people. We made 3 or 4 changes, a couple structural changes. It was the same 996 people that gave us the car that was 9th quickest on the grid in whatever would have been the first race, Bahrain, that gave us a car that was running at the front by the end of the year. And that's the power of people and leadership and teamwork and alignment.
This episode is sponsored by Shopify. And if you've shopped online lately, chances are you've bought from a business powered by it. You know that purple Shop Pay button at checkout, the one that makes buying so incredibly easy. That's Shopify. And there's a reason so many businesses get yours.
It was like, let's tear down the house. Let's start again from the foundation, even if it looks like we are going backwards, but it's going to be the right investment for the future. Just create strong foundations. You need to understand what you're doing. If you don't understand what you're doing in this business, you'll find yourself running fast to go nowhere. Or if anything, even backwards. You know, we've seen upgrades taken trackside, they don't work, you get lost, you need to do back-to-back tests to understand. It's not the spiral in which you want to end up. So for me, it was one of those situations in which you need to really slow down. Slow down, understand the basics of how you're approaching the technical development, and then rebuild from there. And that was my thought.
How integral have the drivers been in the turnaround? Or is actually this is not about drivers, this was more fundamental back here at the MTC?
Well, it's got to be both, but at the end of the day, we've got the best driver lineup in Formula One. And when you're building a race team, the first 2 people you need are the 2 greatest racing drivers in the world. Otherwise, it's all a waste of time. And we had Lando. You know, we had Fernando Alonso. You know, we had a challenge with Daniel, but I also don't think we gave him in 2022 a great racing car. Lando adapted to it better, but that wasn't a great racing car. So it was back here at base, if you'd like. It was, as Andrea said, it was the fundamentals. It was the broader team. It was getting everyone to say, give me the ball. I want to contribute. I want to lean in. So I think we needed to fix our racing team. Once you do that, you need the 2 greatest racing drivers in the world, or it's all a waste of time.
Guys, Patrick Head always used to say, racing drivers are like light bulbs. You take one out, you put another one in. Do you agree?
Not our approach. You know, like it's a very respected source, not the way we are doing things here. We would not be able to approach things the way we do without the support of our drivers. The drivers, they play such an important leadership role because they set the tone, they set the emotional state of the team. They can be so influential. And the drivers, they do come, they walk the floor, they do support the leadership of this team, Zach and my leadership, in a very integral way. And if we weren't united, if we weren't sharing the same vision with Oscar and Lando, we would just be not as effective.
You've given me an idea, though, for a helmet livery takeover. Light bulbs
Light bulb.
for Oscar and Lando. I think that'd be hilarious.
People think it's a light bulb. Zach's had a light bulb moment. Can we talk about Lando? He's contested all 148 races of his career so far with McLaren, at McLaren. How has he evolved as a racing driver in that time?
It's been a fantastic journey together with Lando. I remember very well his first test in Hungary. Very, very talented. We were saying like, okay, 20 bar more here, more pressure. He would go out, he would do it. So clearly great awareness of what he's doing in the car. His development has been continued. As a driver, he's become a very strong driver in the race, especially in some conditions. I think he's definitely the best driver when it comes to going long stints, use tires, like that's Lando's regime. And in addition to this great drive and the results that Lando has brought to McLaren, he has been a fundamental part, like I said before, of the leadership and the commitment he made to McLaren when we did not have much to offer. And yet he committed to McLaren, he kind of trusted that we would have turned the place around. Is something that set a strong message to everyone, set a strong message to the entire team, a message of belief. And it's a message for which we are definitely grateful. Likewise, I mean, we're going to talk about Oscar, I guess, but it's the same sort of message that Oscar offered when he said, I'm committed to McLaren, when in fact we didn't have much to offer again, you know, in 2023. So it's...
But specifically with Lando, he's been here for 7 years. Red Bull pushed really hard to get him back in the day. Has his loyalty to the team created an emotional bias within the people here, more towards him than towards Oscar, who's only in his 3rd year with the team?
I was just about to say that, you know, the same kind of commitment to the team, the same sort of all-in to the team, full support to the team, it did come from Oscar as well. So when you are in my role, it's like when you have 2 sons and somebody says like, oh, which one is your preferred son? Yeah, but they are my 2 sons. How can you say which one is the preferred one? So sometimes when I hear or read some comments of this kind, I find them really very superficial and just like, I think that sometimes people don't really understand what it means to have 2 drivers that are with you together in this journey in Formula One. So I just feel very grateful to both, in fairness.
Oscar's improvement last year to this year has been sensational. It's almost as if he did a year's racing in the off-season last winter, isn't it? The rate of his improvement. Can you tell me, either of you, where you think he's made the greatest steps?
I think the main step has been a step of awareness. Awareness in terms of his abilities, awareness in terms of where he needed to improve. There was great work that happened during the winter, and Oscar has this formidable quality that when he understands what he needs to do, he goes and does it. Sometimes when you are not very talented, you may understand what to do, but then your arms and your feet, they just don't do it. When Oscar understands, I have no reference to anybody present here. But Oscar,
Andrew, what do you mean? What kind of stuff was he doing?
Just how to be fast. You know, how to be fast, how to use your brake, your throttle, how to use the tires, what you should feel on the tires to be fast, how to use the telemetry data. When you see something, for instance, from your teammate, how do you go there now and you do it? So Oscar, the main step he made from one season to the other is pure speed. He's just a faster driver. When you are a faster driver, this creates the capacity for pretty much all the rest. It's not like you can be a better driver if you're not a faster driver. Oscar is simply faster. And if anything, we are still within this development. We saw even in Mexico very particular conditions. Oscar is year 3 in Formula One, and the very particular conditions of Mexico, he has just faced them just a few times. So he still needs to go through, like, let me elaborate what is going on here, and already made a big step from Saturday to Sunday. Just because he understood what needed to be done, he goes there and he does it. So a great talent in terms of evolving, developing, once he understands what's needed to be done, and biggest step from last year, pure speed.
Let's talk about the Drivers' Championship now. Well, we've discussed the constructors. We've got 4 races to go. Your sons are separated by just the 1 point. You've let them race all season. Can we just discuss that a little bit first? Did you agree on that philosophy from the get-go?
Well, I would say that we're
racers.
Yeah, we are racers.
We
are McLaren Racing. We are in the home of McLaren Racing. We are here to race. I think on this one, the agreement with Zach was like from day one, we are racers. We are going to face it as racers. We are going to accept the discomfort that this causes. When you approach racing like we do, like, guys, we support your aspirations. We know that you want to both be champions. We let you race. There will have to be some rules because you come from the same garage. So like one has to go first and the other one has to go second. We execute a pit stop in the same pit box, so we cannot pit the same lap. So there's some practical kind of rules that you need to have. Don't crash into each other. But apart from that, there's not much more than this. We let them race. We want to see them racing with fairness. We want to see them racing with respect for the brand. McLaren and McLaren Racing and the legacy of McLaren Racing is bigger than Andrea, is bigger than Lando, is bigger than Oscar, is bigger than anybody else. And wherever you are in the execution of your duties, you respect the legacy of McLaren. That's our framework. Within this framework, go and do your best on track.
So, Andrea, what do you say to people who accuse you of over-managing your drivers, over-managing the situation, meddling too much?
Ignore them. No, the question was for Andrea. But we get the same question. We are so focused on ourselves and doing the right thing and the commitment we've made to the racing team, our sponsor partners, our shareholders, and our fans. But not everyone can be as informed as we are. I think the reason why you see such a great relationship between Lando and Oscar is they know they have equal opportunity to win the world championship. And we're transparent, we're fair, we communicate, we're not perfect, but we're racers, and they know that. So there's all this noise around, but we don't let that noise come inside the MTC.
We've all been in Formula One a long time, right? I've never seen an F1 team have such a hold over its 2 drivers as you two do over your sons. How difficult has that been to achieve? To get them to believe in the system so much? I mean, Andrea, you came from Ferrari, and I think of there was unhappy Rubens a few times, there was unhappy Felipe Massa a few times. How have you created an environment of such harmony and such a hold over the 2 guys?
I think I would mention 2 main elements that played an important role. The first one is we learn from history. You need to know the history of Formula One. We take this history into account. We know what happens when you don't pursue enough the fairness, the equality, the sportsmanship within a Formula One team, within a Formula One team. The second one is what Zach said before. He works so hard to create a foundation where openness, trust, inclusivity, they are the key values. So with Lando and Oscar, we need to talk about the racing framework. How do we go racing together? We talk, the 4 of us. It's not going to be Zach and Andrea. Oh, this is the framework. Oscar, this is for you. Lando, this is for you. Now you go and execute. We might have started with an idea and we say, Lando, Oscar, what do you think? What's your contribution? The drivers will not adhere to something that they have not been part of in the making of it. They have to be part of it. So that's where we started from. That's what they have kind of, we are in, we agree, and that's how we can manage it. It's always going to be very challenging because it's one of the very few things in which there's not going to be a solution that is happiness for everyone. We do hope, and we are working very hard to make sure that the driver's champion drives a papaya car. And if that's the case, there's only going to be one. But for us, it's important that the other one will think that there's been sportsmanship, there's been fairness, there's been equality. Within this framework, we have the conditions to win even in the future. We are protecting the present, we are protecting the future. And they know that they are going to have these opportunities in the future, because the future doesn't stop at the end of 25. McLaren wants to win in 26, in 27, and in 28. And the conditions to do so, we create them now.
So, if the world champion isn't driving a papaya car, Max Verstappen is looming. You can hear the Jaws music now, can't you? If Max were to take the title this year, given your dominance, will you regret the way you've gone racing?
If Max is the champion at the end of the year, for us the important thing is that we can say we have done our best. And we have done our best according to the way we go racing. And if Max wins this year, we say we're going to win next year. We're going to be there. And we are going to be there united as we are.
I shake his hand and say, job well done. I want to make sure if we don't win, he beats us. We don't beat ourselves. That's important. And we're well aware of 2007. Two drivers tie on points, one gets in the front. But, you know, we've got two drivers who want to win the world championship. We're playing offense. We're not playing defense. And I'd rather go, we did the best we can, and our drivers tied in points, and the other guy beat us by one, than the alternative, which is telling one of our drivers right now, when they're 1 point away from each other, I know you have a dream to win the world championship, but we flipped the coin, and you don't get to do it this year. Forget it. That's not how we go racing. The best way to win the constructors is to finish first and second in the championship. And the best way to win the drivers' championship is to have two drivers going for the drivers' championship. And in the event 2007 happens again, I'd rather have that outcome than all the other outcomes by playing favorites. We won't do it. We're racers. We're going racing.
Very well said. Guys, thank you so much for your time. It's been great to chat. Can I end this what I call the traditional way on the podcast, which is to ask you both...
Who's going to win the championship?
Well, yeah. Both for your favourite memory in the 75-year history of the Formula One World Championship. Doesn't have to be McLaren related, doesn't have to be Zach or Andrea related, could be anything.
There's many memories, but I think 2024 victory of the Constructor Championship for McLaren in Abu Dhabi, you know, is such an incredible piece of history, and it's a piece of history of our personal, at least for me, and also an important piece of legacy for one of the most iconic teams, you know, going back to the winning ways. So I'm very proud to having been part of that, and if there was one I needed to pick, I would pick that one.
I'm going to give you two, and I know you only asked for one. I'm going to say Abu Dhabi because the energy in the garage after we won was just electric. I remember it like it was yesterday, but I almost like, there was nothing rehearsed about it. There was no prepared speech. Like, it just happened. So that's number one. But the one that got me all started in Formula One was when I went to the Long Beach Grand Prix in 1981 as a 10-year-old. Alan Jones won. Funny enough, Monsieur Roger was sponsoring the Williams cars. And there was at that moment onwards, I fell in love with Formula One. So I'm sorry you asked for one, but I had to give you two.
Brilliant. Guys, thank you very much for your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Abu Dhabi 2024, Long Beach 81, what's clear is that both Zach and Andrea love Formula One. Their passion for the sport is infectious and will have inspired the workforce at McLaren in what has been a remarkable turnaround for the team. Only in 2017, they finished second last in the Constructors' Championship, and now look at them. I got so much out. Tom Clarkson will bring you weekly in-depth conversations with the biggest names in F1, from current superstar drivers like Lewis Hamilton.
Formula One has also broken me. It's broken me and it's built me, and it's broken me and it's built me.
To leading team bosses and legendary figures from the sport's rich history.
The Athletic.
Hello and welcome along to And Colossally, That's History, with me, Richard Williams.
And me, Matt Bishop.
We're back in the cockpit, as it were, for another trip down motorsport memory lane. And after our trip into the 21st century last week, we're firmly back in the 20th century this week as we reappraise what I think is one of motor racing's most impressive achievements, and arguably one that's a little underrated today.
Yes, I agree with you there. And to be clear, dear listener, Richard's reference to the 21st century was in respect of last week's episode, which was all about the dramatic and emotional, for some of us particularly, 2008 Brazilian Grand Prix. And in this week's episode, we're going to be talking about Jack Brabham, and more specifically about what many people see as his crowning glory, winning the Formula One World Championships, plural, both drivers and constructors, in a car bearing his own name. As we'll discuss, there have, of course, been other drivers who've won Grand Prix in cars they've built. Actually, we talked about one of them in the first episode of Season 4, this being Season 4, Bruce McLaren. But Black Jack, as Brabham was known back then, and he was known as Black Jack because of his slick of black hair, his heavy dark stubble, his uncompromising elbows-out approach to racing, or particularly defending his position, and I suppose also his unwillingness to engage in small talk. That wasn't Jack's cup of tea. Anyway, he remains and will always remain the only person to win the Formula One World Championships and therefore become Formula One World Champion in a self-built car. And better still, in a self-built car bearing his own name, as I say. Look, I mean, times have changed, but just think of it now. Richard, how about this? Oscar Piastri coming into a new Formula One season, having helped design his own Piastri car, having hired the staff, having organised the renting of and having managed the running of the factory, having got all the finances together to pay for everything, having driven the transporter to the races himself, the list goes on. And that's before we even get to the actual driving.
Yes, we've said it before, but it certainly bears repeating. While the basic fundamental of Formula One remains the same today as it always has, which is to produce the fastest car and reach the checkered flag in the shortest possible time, so much of it has changed beyond all recognition, certainly more than other sports you can think of, such as football or tennis or cricket.
That's absolutely true. And I think that explains one of the reasons why Brabham's achievement will never be equalled. But we'll get on to that later. So, I guess we should start, as we always do, with a bit of background on the man himself. Because it takes a special kind of person not only to want to race at the highest level, but also to want to build his own race cars.
Yeah, and I think that underlines why Brabham was such a remarkable individual, and a groundbreaking one in other ways too, actually, as the first Antipodean racer to make it big in international motor racing.
I took my watch guys to a service, but a week has passed and they haven't responded or anything, and I was curious about what has happened with the watch because yeah, I love that watch. I'm wearing for 15 years. It's Casio Aviator 85. I love it. Anyway, it's not some super expensive watch or I don't know what, but it doesn't matter, you know. I have like a lot of memories with it. I love watches. I spoke about that a bit earlier on the stream, is that I'd love to model watches, and considering how much things I'm doing right now on this car, that would be like a piece of cake comparing the volume of works required. For example, what I'm doing here on the engine alone on this vehicle maybe will be the whole work of one watch. And yeah, I would love to, you know, do something like that to showcase skills of product design and as such, so to be, you know, able to score maybe more projects in the future also. Yeah, if anyone on the stream right now is doing product design or it has any portfolio about product design, I would very much like to learn about what you did, how you did it, your approach to things, and so on and so on. I think there has been a message. I says that he went to Omega museum in Switzerland. Omega are beautiful watches. I wanted to buy one recently, but when I saw really that they're above, you know, 5k euros, the only ones we had in here in Macedonia, I was like, yeah, okay, maybe some other time, you know. But you know, the weird thing, and since you went in an Omega museum in Switzerland, I assume you love watches as I do. I have a friend who lives in UK, fellow Macedonian who is living in UK. He works there as a very fine banker, you know. He's earning very, very fine and all that. So he could allow himself to buy a watch of 10,000 euros and whatnot. How much is it? It's the Omega Moon watch. He has it. So we were in Croatia during the summer last year, and he goes in before he goes into the water. He's taking off his watch, and I was like, "Why would you do that? Isn't your watch here water resistant? Mine is. It's much more cheaper than yours. So why would you bother about that?" And so on and so on. And he told me like with the notion that he's trying to protect his watch like the most he can, you know, or the least he can is to take off the watch before going in water just in case. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't matter because your watch is waterproof and whatnot. So sure enough, within the next 2 years, I had 3 watches. One Swiss military, one Casio, another Fossil. All 3 water resistant, and all 3 got some water leakage. Although I'm using these watches for, I don't know, 5, 6 and more years, and I never had the issue with. And suddenly, just after this friend of mine mentioned it, I had problems. It's like Murphy's Law, you know. You never had a problem with it, and suddenly you have issue with these watches wherever you put hand in water. Anyway, so right now I'm without any watch, and I was earlier watching some Seiko watches. I love them. It's a great brand and great machine they have. But Omega, what you mentioned, your aunt working in Omega, that's I'm curious to see how they do, you know, how they operate, how they would produce the watches and all that, you know. I have 4 or 5 watches right now. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I can have hundreds of them and probably it would never be enough. Yeah. You just use 2. What kind of watches do you have? Tissot is your favorite. Tissot is a great watch. David Beckham had a nice commercial about Tudor's watch. He had one which was quite worn out with damages on it, like not on purpose, but with time, you know, he had damage on it. And the commercial was making a point about it's not detrimental to the watch if you have some scars on the watch bezel or things like that. On the contrary, he's saying, at least in this commercial, as it was, you know, it says it's good to have that. It shows that the watch has history. So someone might not agree with that, but it was kind of interesting perspective on things, because anytime you might get damage to your watch, you'd be like, okay, it's damaged, I would like new one, why this happened, it needs to be repaired, and so on and so on. One Swatch Skeleton and Tissot to Calvin Klein. Calvin Klein, I don't use those. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't consider a Calvin Klein as a watch. I mean, it's a watch, but you know what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say. When I see Timberland watch, like, since when you've been producing shoe wear, right? Or I don't know, Boss watches. So, but these, the rest, like Swatch and what you mentioned, Tissot, yeah, great brands, great machinery. Recently, I tend to buy Swiss military because they're very cheap and very budget-wise comfortable for the value for anyone to get a Swiss very well-made machine for a watch. So they're good quality, but yeah. Calvin Klein. A friend of mine in while going back in the day at the university, since always I was using Casio, like it's, you know, on budget. And this guy, he was bragging about his Michael Kors. Sure enough, I later learned that those are secondary, how to say, that it's not their main industry, you know, for Michael Kors. But anyway, you know, in any case, one should get whatever he likes, in the sense that if, for example, yourself, you have found a very nice watch that you like, that it's from Calvin Klein, that's great, you know. I'm not saying it doesn't have any value, far from that, but all I'm trying to say is that if I go to buy a watch, I will try to see, you know, which of these are truly watch manufacturers, so to, you know, eventually be reliable, to have a reliable watch. There is a Tissot on Passat 3, that's market 3 in our language, where people are selling things like it's on Amazon, something like that, but much smaller scale, like micro scale. That I like, but I'm not sure about buying it. Let me check it out. That looks interesting. Tissot Automatic. I like the details on the back. What I don't like about it is the front, because this is my subjective opinion, after all, because you have the whole space of the, you know, the whole ring, the bezel of the watch, and then what shows the time, it's kind of on the sides and all that, so it's not like you can see it. It's not that you won't be able to see it. I just don't see the purpose of why they have made two lower scales like that. And it reminds me on smartwatches and what you would get for, let's say, I mean, this is entirely different, but you will understand what I'm trying to say. You see, so it's like separated. I mean, this is now 10 hour and 10 minutes, but why won't they make like the two circles inside within each other? This is something that I like. Something like this. It's looking so nice. But this is very expensive. I've checked it out at B-Watch. It's around 2,000 euros. I don't intend on spending that much. Let me check once again. Oh, my time it should be actually. My time. So Seiko. This one is also quite nice, but yeah, it's this one is beautiful. Green one. But it's quite limiting. I don't know. What would you say? What do you think? I get it. Tissot watch. You saw this in Zurich. What exactly? Oh, this is a watch. This is quite nice. I like it, in the sense that this is a complete stone, and yeah, it's unique. As a piece of art, it's great. I like this. This is very nice, and this with the mountain carved from the heart of the Alps. This is more about for a girl, I would say, being like this. If it had more robust shape, I would have been, you know, happy to get it. If I mean, how much is this? I'm sure it's costly. Only limited pieces, like 999. So I'm sure it's quite costly. This is beautiful, the black one. What would you think? What would you say? They are not for my. Yep. What would you say? The black one or the green one? I personally would like the black one because it's more it's not that limiting. I don't know. This is like green. My wife thinks the green as well. Maybe you guys, you're right. Maybe it should be the green after all. I should go for that maybe. Let me go again. Yeah. Limited edition. You know, I can stay like this whole day and look at watches, so I won't do anything in regards to my work. That's why I should probably, it's better to go back and continue working. But yeah. So let me play
in the days when that was a massive achievement in itself.
That's a good point, actually. That is another very, very important point about Jack. Anyway, so, yes.
Unlike yesterday, today I have like a limited time until which I can stay and stream. Yesterday I've been streaming until 8 o'clock in the evening, so I'll go back now to music. I feel like I have things to say, so it would be better if I have just this non-copyright music playing. Where is it? Where are they? Your library, okay. Come on.
Let's get to his...
Yeah, thank you for that. Now it should be different. Thank you. What I was saying is that yesterday I had the liberty of streaming very late in the night, in the day, whereas today I'll have to finish at around 4 o'clock, which is within 1 hour from now. 4 and something, not necessarily 4 exactly. So what I'm saying is I'll try to focus more on the work itself and to be able really to do more while I'm at this. How's going with the golf? Are you working on it, or you're maybe at work or something? I never understood. What are you working on, like for a job? Actually, I never asked you. In Magna. What's that? Magna. I never heard of that. Factory. Yeah, I never heard of that one. I suppose you're at work right now. What's the time? Yeah, 3 o'clock actually. Car mirrors and cables. I think you mentioned something about this. Sometimes. It's like I'm remembering things now, but maybe someone else mentioned that. Or brought that up. Anyway. Oh, day off. Cool. I'm thinking about coming for New Year's Eve in Ohrid. You wasn't feeling well. Sad to hear that. I hope you get better soon. There is some virus these days going on. I have a friend who is very bedbound with fever. I feel myself a bit, sore. That's awesome. The Golf. Do you plan on having renderings on it? With it? Hey Undernoon, hi there. Thanks for the follow. And welcome on the stream, where we do cars. And do F1 talks if you're interested in. Yeah, we'll render it. I would like to see the final result, what you do. It looks very nice. But I have to do a topology first, after comes UV texturing and rendering. Yep, sure it does, but I'll tell you, I enjoy doing the UV maps. For example, it's gonna be very much interesting when I'll get to make the UV mapping of this 3D scan that I'm doing right now. Undernoon, first time on the chat. Are you retopoing a scan? Looks cool. I've never seen the process for scans before. Yep, I'm doing a scan of the engine of a Porsche 962C, which is this vehicle. If you can see below my camera, there is like the overlay of my social platforms. On YouTube, you can see the process of this done, the front, some videos more of what I've done previously, the racing seat that I've done the other days before. This is pretty much like 2 months working now as I'm working on it. So right now I'm working on the final part, which is the engine at the back, before I finalize the whole vehicle, pretty much. Whoa, how long does something like this take? Well, let me lower the music so I can hear myself while I'm speaking, so I don't say anything incorrectly. Well, this vehicle has been, thank you very much, Undernoon. Well, this vehicle has been pretty much in development for 1 month last year, from September to October, for a client. However, now I'm taking this vehicle furthermore into details as I saw it fit, modified with low downforce, because in here, where is it? Now this vehicle, you will see on the rear, it has low downforce rear wing. I had it with high downforce. So I changed the whole rear in this area of the car, obviously, the whole structure on the side, different panels. Now I'm talking about it, let me show you. So I'll hide this. So I have the whole vehicle pretty much done on the front, the whole front suspension, the whole cockpit. Like I said, you would be able to see much more on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. Feel free to subscribe if you will. It's free, as you know. So all of this process has been recorded there. I have videos shown there. And sure, you feel free to check that out. And again, like I've said, I'm now working towards completing the engine. So this whole work now on this, while I'm doing this, is taking me, I began in August. So it's July, whole July, August, then half of August. Then I had September, October, I was doing a lot of other things, projects, vacation, renovation at home, and all these kinds of other things, not 3D related. Not to this, at least. So I wasn't able to do any stream whatsoever. But otherwise I was streaming daily as I'm developing this vehicle. So every single day, Monday to Friday, unless I'm working on a project, I'm streaming doing this vehicle. So yeah, I suppose that it will take me another probably a month, maybe. I don't know. This engine, it's going to be a challenging work. Like, there are a lot of details. And I want to make the most of it. The more I can, it will be for the better. I have big portion of this area I have already done, which is with the car, but it's not detailed as this is. So I'm contemplating, should I, dive in and develop this whole engine as it should be from here, or just combine the two portions that I have and be done with it, because it's quite a lot of work. Honestly, it's a lot of work, and I don't know how much of that will be really appreciated, because after all, in the end, it's not gonna be entirely original to the original model, because much of it, as you can see here on the stream, it's not very visible. So it means I'll have to be creative about it. So when you have something like that, what's the point, you would ask yourself, on going that far in to try to make the finest details? It's just good to have decent amount, so to be visually appealing. That's all. I will check it out. Thank you for sharing with all of us. Of course, you're welcome. Once it's done with the vehicle, what will you do with it? And do you have ArtStation? Yes, I do have ArtStation. You can check that out on my YouTube channel. It's in the description. Otherwise, I don't know why I haven't posted it here among the other details. I have Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch, but I haven't posted ArtStation. Maybe I should add that one as well. So yeah, if you scroll below my live stream, you would see about. You would see a lot of other panels, and you would see my ArtStation panel where you can check my other works that I have. So if you have ArtStation, feel free to follow. We'll return the favor once I am done with the streaming. And you can see pretty much more about my stream and Discord channels and all that. Actually, do I have here my ArtStation? I haven't put my ArtStation. It's Discord, it's YouTube, about me. Oh yeah, there is actually there is a link to ArtStation below, just below my description of my channel. But here it is. I'm gonna share it in the chat so it's easier. Oh, you said you got it? Okay, but yeah, for anyone curious, here it is. So yeah, mate, usually, once I finish with things and all that, then I'm posting stuff on my YouTube channel, so oh my, today we have 8 votes on YouTube. I'm running a poll about who is about to win the Brazilian Grand Prix. So today we have 8 votes, and 3 votes has been for someone else. 1 vote has been for Max Verstappen. That's 4. And 2 each has gained Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. That's interesting. Today, only 12% of the people think that Max Verstappen can win the race on Sunday. And given that it's Friday, we should have practice sessions already. Oh, Colapinto has been signed for 2026. That's interesting. And by the way, the practice session is gonna start in 25 minutes. 25 minutes, that's 3 o'clock and 30. If I'm right. Just one sec. Where is the... Why this shows up? I don't need that. I want... Yeah, the schedule. So... Yeah, from 3 o'clock and 30 minutes until 4 and 30. So right before I go on training. I will showcase the practice session here. So for anyone willing to, to keep tracks of things with me. That would be the metal slug thing. The metal slug tank. I love doing that. Thank you very much, man. I think in this instance it's very important for me to get the structure of these details, and I will fill in the gaps later on. So let's do that. And I think it's better if I just go step by step and not jump from one to another part and have some consistency in that sense. Hey Aryan, welcome. Are you as well? First time on the chat. Hey, just joined the stream. It's been 6 hours. What do you mean? Oh, maybe 6 hours since you joined on the stream? And that's, you're from YouTube, I guess. Yeah, from YouTube. So, welcome on the stream, buddy. Lot of panels here going in. Have to try and navigate around these. Just a sec, guys. Some panels are not working on my end. I don't know why. So I had plans to go to Poland for New Year, but I think I will be in Ohrid for New Year. We can meet up. Sure, yeah. I mean, if I join for New Year's Eve in Ohrid, if I'll be there, I'll let you know for sure. I'm discussing it still with my wife. Not sure. I mean, we contemplate of going to Croatia, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's been 6 hours, not since he's joined, but since I'm streaming. It's showing 6 hours ago. I just joined now. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. I know that. Thanks for letting me know. I know that. And again, welcome on the stream since you joined just now. Glad to have you on the channel. Under noon, is it okay to talk meta stuff? If you have any tips for people starting out, like do you ever struggle with procrastination, especially with projects that last so longer over months? This is an interesting topic that you just brought, Under noon, and I'm not sure whether I have understood it entirely. So let's make a segmentation of the whole question you just asked. Is it okay to talk meta stuff? Are you talking about meta, like of Facebook stuff? things like that. And in what sense do you think, if I have any tips for starting out? Starting out on what exactly? For example, I do have Meta with VR and all that. Whether you're thinking about that or something else, I wouldn't know. So please do let me know about that. And in what sense also do you meant procrastination, especially with doing projects long time? Because I did felt something like that, I'll tell you. I had these projects going for a very, very long time, and afterwards I just did not have any nerves to go back and work again, you know, or stream. So and since there are some people now on the channel and watching, maybe it's good time to ask if I decide to do gaming, because I do have another channel for gaming, which is not for gaming but mainly for sim racing. So it's not necessarily about games but more about sim racing and doing racing. Would you see it as a problem, or would you advise it against if I do games on this channel, or you think it should be better done on different channel? For example, recently I began playing again Assassin's Creed. I am very back with the story, but I intend on, you know, having the whole complete game from Black Flags, because the rest I've already finished, so there is no point in going back. But I have intention of finishing up all the others, you know, the Odyssey, Valhalla, Black Flag, Rogue, Unity. So, you know, these games. So I'm thinking, should I, you know, stream on this very same channel when I'm playing, or should I just go on different channel? What would you say? Arian, I'm glad that you're, very glad actually, that you're also a vehicle artist. There are a couple of ours vehicle artists here on the channel. Who is my fellow countryman from Ohrid, he's also doing vehicles. Right now he's working on the Golf MK1, a great car. You know, he's working on it right now as we speak while I'm doing this, and he has done some great job. What are you working on, Aryan? And feel free to introduce yourself. Where are you from? Do you work professionally in some studio and things like that? By meta, I mean like talking about the stuff that deals with the process of creation of art, not just the craft part of it, not the social media. Like we want to do it, but we procrastinate and don't create as much and consume more. I don't know what to say on that, to be honest. I haven't given a thought that deep. So I wouldn't know. Oh, it's getting active these days. I like this a lot. I like this a lot, that that it has this activity on the channel. I like talking, if that wasn't already noticeable. So feel free to ask any questions, or not that I think I have much to say about 3D. Maybe I do. I don't know. You know how to say, never think that you don't know much stuff, because not many do know for real. So yeah, I haven't heard from Aryan. He says that he's working on vehicles for games and mainly as outsourcing studio. I was working for Racing Experience title here in Macedonia. They all also were an outsourcing studio, albeit outsourcing studio. It's a AAA standards that we had to you know, complete. So in that sense, it was very much you know, not outsourcing studio, but very serious in that regard. So How is the stream on YouTube? Is it lagging a lot? Because I know it does, but I'm just not aware of how much of the extent of it. Arian has came, he wrote something and he got away. I'm left curious for which studio he's working on and what cars is he working on. Arian, if you're there, feel free to write, mate. Thank you for your perspective. If someone was just starting in the market as a prop environment artist right now, what advice would you give them for their portfolio? Undernoon. I will say this. So I wouldn't know much, but because it's subjective thing. The way I do 3D is I do what I love. So I wouldn't care like what other would impose on me what I should do. I like to do this and I have the nerves to do it as a result. So it just happens that I'm in automotive industry and trying to learn more about automotive industry is recently I was listening to a conference on 3D about automotive related stuff and all that and AI. So pay attention. We all are afraid that AI might take our job, this and that when it comes to 3D modeling. But sure enough, this guy, what has said during that conference in Toronto, has surprised me, the least. So what he was saying is that in automotive industry, one of the most important aspects of how to achieve a good visualization, other than the car being good as it should be, is the environment. So they would use for this is again I'm talking about AI wise into 3D modeling, and with that, knowing the background of that, so to give you a suggestion of how I would approach it if I was starting with prop environment stuff like that. Well, what I'm trying to say is that if AI is taking the job of anyone in the 3D industry right now, specifically in the automotive industry, is taking the job of the prop environment artist, because much of the work in the automotive industry is done with AI for the environment. The car has to be done as 3D model, because the car cannot. This is again, I'm only repeating what this guy said, and this is the owner of a studio in Australia, very big studio in Australia. So he says the following: the car has to be a 3D model because there is no AI as of yet, even with supercomputers that are coming in quick and very soon will be. Taking the space of the people and all that, for computing power. He says there is no such thing as AI reproducing exactly matching 3D model of some shape of something that needs to be obviously modeled in repetitive consistent manner. For example, you have an animation. He says if we try to make the animation and the car with the AI, with the use of an AI, the car won't be the same in every frame. But what will be more or less the same and will not be as such that much noticeable is the environment. So if you're now starting as a prop environment artist yourself, I would try to understand how Unreal Engine is working. Not only 3D, I would focus on 3D to know things of that area, how they should be done, but I won't be focusing myself as a 3D artist for props and environment. But I would like to know how they're made, but once I do that, I'll step into Unreal Engine and I'll try to just use blueprints. I'll try to in that way to try to go about setting up a level something that would be requiring brain power. You know, AI on its own won't be able to make great, you know, game levels as such and so on, because it requires emotion. And also it's not wrong to assume that AI has emotion, because people have been arrogant enough to think that AI cannot have an emotion. Well, sure enough, it has. If AI can if it can have rational thinking, who is to say that AI won't have an emotion? So that's quite contradicting to what I'm trying to say. But still, it's much better to know that a human hand or brain or idea has made something. For example, would you go in a cinema watching Christopher Nolan's movie knowing that it has been made with AI? No, you won't. You want to see the movie because it's by Christopher Nolan, you know? So I think in the same time as AI develops, it's gonna be more and more important for people to come in and be unique, you know, do what they truly believe in, and so on and so on. So if you're starting as a prop environment artist, I will just try to be as unique as possible and working on something that is not too broad, you know. For example, if you're trying to be an artist in automotive, I'll tell you that much of what you do will be generated by AI. But if you are focusing yourself into props and environments for a game, I think that's rather different. Although it can be still generated a lot, but still, I think if you have affinity towards that, I have a friend who is working as game level designer, so he's into environments, you know. He's working, he has work, he's good with what he does. Yeah, that's what my reasoning is. I might not be right, you know, but of course it's just an opinion. But yeah, and again, this is quite interesting to hear from a guy involved with automotive, this guy from Australia, to say that one of the most important things that AI has got implementation into automotive is not the cars but the environment. So I just finished school for it almost, for games. I hope I can work for a bit before it's taken over. I don't believe that's ever gonna be taken over. I think AI is gonna speed up the workflow a lot, but by no means it's gonna take the whole, you know, the whole work, because it's not gonna be how to say this. I mean, Guillermo del Toro had very nice approach on this and said very strong things against AI. Let me play actually his what he has said. It's better if I play him instead of me trying to you know, to repeat what he said.
That's what people think animation is, giving prompts and the computer does it. No, but AI has demonstrated that it can do semi-compelling screensavers. That's essentially that. And I think that the value of that's what people think animation is, giving prompts and the computer does it. You know, but AI has demonstrated that it can do semi-compelling screensavers. That's essentially that. And I think that the value of art is not how much it costs and how little effort it requires, is how much would you risk to be in its presence? You know, what would you do to be in the presence of Starry Night at the Musée d'Orsay? Would you go to Paris? Yes. Would you stand in line for 3 hours? Yes. And then you have 5 minutes in which you will be monumentally moved by that, you know? So how much would people pay for those screensavers? Are they gonna make them cry because they lost a son, a mother, because they misspent their youth? Fuck no. No, it's not gonna happen. That's what people think animation is, giving prompts and the computer does it. You know, but AI has demonstrated that it can do semi-compelling screensavers. That's essentially that.
Let's see what this is, what this might be.
Let's get in here and finish this model. Alright, let's take a break. Let's take a look at social media here real quick.
Free AI tool that can turn your images into a 3D model in seconds.
Sure.
You can sell them.
So 3D AI generation just left.
You import an image of Spider-Man and you generate a 3D from it.
China just released an AI that turns
Okay, let's not do that. Let's look at my YouTube comments. Why do I even check my YouTube comments? Okay, let's look at my email. More AI stuff.
Okay, the truth is, I've used these AI tools, and the truth is, honestly, it's not actually as it's shown on these videos, and I'm sure you guys tried it as well. So I had one simple ball I had to model, and I threw into an AI modeler, and yeah, whatever that was, and it came out like something else entirely. I put 3 references of a car, and it brought out fairly nice results and fairly nice topology, but you still have to go and remodify all of that. It's not like the AI will do everything on its own. No, it will just speed up the work. That's all. For example, if this took me 1 week, for example, to make, there might be a solution where I just throw in this into AI and would give me back some much more, I don't know, reasonable retopology, which will speed my work for 3 days. That's it. It's not gonna make it entirely on its own. So at least that's how things appear to be. So it's not like we're gonna be without work, you know. Let me read Arian's. So he says, I'm a 3D game artist from India specializing in vehicles. Been working on AI titles like Forza and the Crew Motorfest for almost 3 years now. Welcome in the bunch, fellow race room artists here. Forza is one of the games I've never tried, but it has great graphics, so hat off on that. Which cannot be said about racing experience though, but luckily, unfortunately, the models that we worked were still in the pipeline, so just few have been released. And again, we were working towards specific requirements within the studio. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, that I will populate later on. So let's just mark the far end here up to where this cylinder or big tube, whatever it is, it's actually, you know, come on, I keep getting the wrong one. So one in the middle, and let's bring them back. You can search Zenva Aurora Crew Motorfest. It got released yesterday. I worked on that last year. That's something I would like to see. So Aurora Crew Fast Motorfast. Aurora. Aha. Oh, this is the car you actually worked on. So Zenva Aurora is actually a car, I suppose. Yeah. Why it's not loading?
Thanks to Ubisoft for providing me with access to the game.
In the end, even AI, even if AI takes all over 3D industry, I don't think it will happen. This looks great. I like it. The way it gets to play with the modifying of the car. What's this game? I have never seen it. The Crew Motorfest. F1 cars, sure. Sure. Ubisoft. Oh my. You know what? I'll give them hats off for all the details mentioned in here and for the open world experience, I suppose, the details of the Museum of Maranello, which I visited last year. All these details that someone that loves cars would like to see in a game. I don't know if they're actually into the game, but I'm also seeing already these new models of Ferrari and the license they have. For example, in Racing Experience, for you to have the license, you have to pay $500,000 to get the license. So that's nice, but driving wise, I'm sure it's just like an arcade game, which is just okay. So yeah, this is something I don't like, driving wise. But the cars, the models are looking very nice, and the modifications obviously that are involved, that you can have in the plane. What's this now? You can fly a plane there? Dukes of Hazzard. Toyota Supra, oh my. Gymkhana. I do 3D because I love it. Can I... let me... Yeah, so... Let's pin the message. So, what's the time? For the next 30 minutes. let's sit there. Okay, so F1 practice session live timing. Nightbot, my Nightbot is blocking some emotes from I don't know why. So why I cannot? Just a sec, guys. Let me play some music here. I think it's better to use the mouse while I'm doing this. Oh, someone else, 9 votes. The voting is taking... Okay, there is a comment right now I'm seeing from Marian. I did not hurt the notifications. Sometimes feels a bit weird, but it can be fun depending on the preferences that you can switch. Someone else, 9 votes. Oh. The voting is taking... Yeah, I'm hearing myself twice. Just a sec. So, yeah, lots of panels. I need 4 monitors I need here. So, you can switch between car, planes, and even bikes and boats. Well, that's exaggerated, I would say, for a racing game. It's like they have a identity crisis, you know. But it looks like a great game. I would buy it, honestly, to try it out, simply for the love of cars I have and for the passion of racing and sim racing as such. But, yeah. So... piece of cake, stop spamming, blah blah blah. That's nice. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you know it or not. That's why I can maybe tell you something more about F1 and you might learn. I don't know at all if you are curious about F1 or if you want to know or not and how it works. For example, this summer I went in Sicily, where one of the oldest races have been happening in the history of the humanity. So I'm traveling with this guy from Kumanovo, and he's thinking that whoever has the fastest car, but fastest in the sense that goes top speed the most, is the fastest. And you know, obviously he doesn't have any clue about how that is done, but yeah, we had quite engaging conversation. Anyway, Tuns Harif. Hello sir, may I ask something? How to model vehicle without the blueprint? That's Tuns. How was your name? First, don't call me sir. I'm not that old. Second, yeah, feel free to write me by my surname. Second, may I ask you something? You already asked. So, how to model vehicle without the blueprint? Well, first, you would have to learn how to model vehicles with blueprint, so to be able to know how to model them without blueprint. Because modeling vehicle without blueprint, it's more challenging that one might think. You're not constrained to lines and things, but unless you know how things really are made and how cars are made, you'll have hard time doing it. I don't like to say that you wouldn't know how to make it, but you will have more, hard time on how to learn the whole process and all that. But yeah, you can experiment, you can go in and into any 3D software and try to basically do it. That's about it. I cannot tell you how to model without you trying it, My cousin's husband invited me to watch F1 with him in Istanbul a year ago. I went in Istanbul 2001. Let me show you guys some videos maybe from then. That might be interesting, I don't know. Actually, it will certainly be interesting if I find the right clip. Yeah. This is on my YouTube channel, so look at this crowd. They pushed the fence. They have broken down the whole fence to get away. I'll actually play it on the whole screen. Yeah. Yeah, they did that. I have some other videos, I believe, from that event. This is back into 21. Yeah, I have here this. It got short. Anyway, let me show you a video from. Maybe I should post these videos just to have them here. Like it was yesterday. What's special about the track? Stay there. So, okay, I just closed the whole window. What's special about the track? Let me show you. So, why it's not showcasing what I'm trying to find? Okay, I'll just show it like this. Okay, so for you to have any clue, what I'm showing you right now in here is there is a corner in Turkey which has triple apexes. That's apex is the shortest point in the corner. For example, if you have a corner like that, for example, you know, let me. You see? So this would be the apex of the corner. And that's the point where by entering the fastest that you can, you're also feeling the most powerful G-forces are at the apex of the corner. So in Turkey there is one corner which is like it has triple apexes, and it's very like toboggan. You would understand what I'm trying to say, but others won't. I don't know what's the word in English. It's elevating and it's going down, and they're going through there with 300 kilometers an hour. Now I don't know what's the fastest you know, that you went with a car, but this is entirely different thing. It's planted. It's not a car. It's a plane upside down. Roller coaster. Thank you very much. Roller coaster. So it's a very famous corner and drivers love it. And I also had the opportunity to take a photo of Sebastian Vettel shooting for that corner. I was standing right here on the I cannot show it like this, so I was sitting here. Where is my mouse? So watch now. So now they are going towards that corner and it's flat. First, second, third, and it's all more or less it's flat. And I can imagine it, driving it in a car, it must be super exciting. Let me check if I have something. Yeah, so this is me driving in a simulator with VR. Let me actually... Quite bad exit. It's not full throttle. And now you have triple to the left. Flat. And then you have hard braking and then another flat. So it's quite... And the video is like 8 minutes. I was going faster and faster and so on and so on. Anyway, it's a great track. It's a great track. You cannot experience what they're experiencing in a VR, even though it would be the closest thing that you would probably get to how it is in an F1 car, because we won't ever step in an F1 car. So the G-forces that they experience going through that corner are immense. So that's why drivers enjoy that track. So they love it. As they say, they love it. The organization, yeah, it was as it was, and I can actually, just one moment, someone is ringing on my door. Do I have someone at home to open it, or should I? Going towards the race, I'll tell you that yeah, I'll have to go and open. Be right back. So the organization was indeed poor because I don't know why, but one thing that was definitely an how to say, an issue was that they weren't speaking English, so we couldn't understand each other. We approached the racetrack, and there was one guy that was put in there, you know, to guide cars left and right and so on, and he wasn't gonna let us through. But we were already like 4 or 5 kilometers off from the racetrack, and we were already late, so we had to come to the racetrack very fast, not to miss first practice session. And there has been a bus that missed the first practice session for which they paid, you know, so it was quite bad. But yeah, the organization overall was really bad. Okay, so what? I don't get it. I simply don't get it. Every single thing on the internet right now, it's like requiring subscription, this or that. This is nice. This will do. Look at that. So we have lifetime in here. This will do. This is actually very nice. Sao Paulo weather. Track map. So Russell Pitts. Dashboard. Sky Sports. But there were also from SPN, but now they're requiring subscriptions. bit of silence on the stream after a while. That's rather an impossible question. There are drivers from. It's very hard to compare drivers from different times, from different eras. How would you like to say it? So it's quite impossible, basically, to say. For example, Fangio was driving in entirely different Formula 1 that is the one that we know today. Jackie Stewart is a triple-time F1 champion, having been, winning in one of the deadliest of times in F1. So that's also, it has value for itself. You cannot say he's not as good as anyone, so who might win depending this or that, it's quite impossible to estimate. But the question of GOAT, the way I see it, it's more or less of who did the most in the sense of not mathematically, statistically, but like inspired the most, or against all odds, So Schumacher has to be one of those. Fangio has to be one of those, up there on the top. You would have to put Max Verstappen as well, Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, Jackie Stewart, if I said or not. All these drivers have done great things, which I'm not sure, not many, but very few are able to do. So, to answer your question, simply put, in the way you asked it, it's impossible. I don't know actually what to say, but if I have to choose the best driver of all, would be Michael Schumacher. Because he understood much more than anyone else before him what was needed in order to win. And not only did he win, but he won with Ferrari. But still, you have Ayrton Senna, you have, like I've said, Juan Manuel Fangio. Jackie Stewart is a triple-time world champion and currently the oldest living champion, and not many know him. I'm sure you don't know him. Hamilton is not, I wouldn't put him in the top 10, honestly. He's a great driver, but nothing special. Max Verstappen is much better than him, in my opinion. I would say I'm not truly honest, because for me, I would say, although I won't hide it, I am not hiding it, I'll be honest, So I can be, kind of biased in that regard, but I'm not. So I'll say that for me, in the past 25 years probably, Lewis Hamilton is probably the most natural, talented driver that has came in F1. Like, you put him in a car, he's very quick. He's very quick. The problem with Hamilton is that it's not a problem. It's just that it's the way he is, He doesn't want to test. He doesn't want to bother. He wouldn't, spend the time needed that it would be required otherwise to test, to understand the car and what you need to do with such one specific car to get the maximum out of it. So you give him a quick car, he's quick, he's gonna win. But he's not a driver that he can rally a whole team behind him and do, for example, what Schumacher did. And in that sense, he's far from that. But also F1, it's not only that. It's also about speed as well. So in regards about speed, he's tremendously fast, but not enough for him to be the best in all circumstances. For example, Button, while they were driving together in McLaren, the first year Hamilton was faster, sure enough, but it was Jenson Button who understood how the car worked and brought out the maximum of the car, so he beat Hamilton. And again, Hamilton had a lot of issues with the car that year and whatnot, but it's not only about the end results that you see at the end, it's also about how it came to be, how it happened for such thing, to come to be as it is. Because someone will tell me, because I loved Vettel, I was fan of his, and they will tell me, but Ricciardo beat Vettel. Ricciardo won 3 races in which Sebastian Vettel was ahead of him, but safety car came up, this came up, that happened, and Ricciardo came on front and he won the races. So it could have been easily be Vettel as well. And as sure as it is, I know that if the circumstances were a bit different, where he wasn't leaving the team, he wasn't bothering about what Ferrari will do and so on, that if they had second year, he would have beaten Daniel Ricciardo. So it's not about that. So in the same sense, I'm trying to say, to make my point is that we shouldn't judge Lewis Hamilton versus anyone against who he lost, like Nico Rosberg, Fernando Alonso, Jenson Button, and so on, and now Charles Leclerc. The fact is, he is joining a new team, and it's very hard to join a new team like that, especially in a season, in times when, like I have said already before with those who know me, and when we discussed on F1, I said that now after 21, F1 changed regulations. They brought ground effect cars, and with ground effect cars, it was always gonna be more about the car setup than it is about the engine of the car. Of course, they have to have strong engine, but the engines were already developed throughout. Since 2014 up until 2021, the engines were developed for 6 years. So they came to a point where they reached the floor, like the ceiling, not the floor, it's the opposite, the ceiling. So with the ceiling reached, where else would you gain advantage? It's with the setup. So especially given that they're having new cars. So with the new cars, of course, it's much more, it's much harder to understand them, how they work, this and that. So he's changing teams from Mercedes after spending 9 years there, 10 years. He's going in Ferrari, and people expect him to win against Leclerc? No chance. No chance. And I said that, and it happened. And not only me, many said it. many who know and follow F1 said that he's not gonna do anything, and he's not doing anything, and he won't do anything. He will retire eventually in 2027 because Ferrari are pushing really much for 2026. So my understanding is that he will try to win the title in 26, but he won't. Leclerc will win it. If Ferrari is strong, he'll have to beat Leclerc, and that won't happen. So Leclerc would be the champion if that happens. And if that happens, normally it's that Lewis Hamilton would try to sit 1 year plus to try once again, and he won't again. That's the optimum scenario in which anything can happen for him right now. So there is no chance, you see. Leclerc is young talent, or was. Right now it's more or less a mature driver who is very much, by this time he expected to win titles. He's in his prime, so he should use the most of his years. Sebastian Vettel had famously wrote on his helmet when he left Ferrari. Actually, he didn't left, he was chased out by Ferrari. He wrote on the helmet, giving to Leclerc, he wrote, "You are the brightest talent against I came up, you know, in his career." And below he wrote, "Don't let it be wasted." What he wanted to say is that don't let it be wasted, in the sense that don't let, you know, it be wasted all these years in Ferrari trying to win a title with them. Because he's really talented driver, but F1 is not only about the best driver, it's also about the best team. So it's really the combination of everything. So it's very technical sport. It's very beautiful sport. It's not like as in football, you know, they are earning millions and whatnot, and then you see them crying for some fouls, this and that. In F1, man, you have to deliver. You have to show up, you know, your skill, and if you're not good enough, there is a door. They will kick you out like you're nobody. So you have to have that passion, you have to have that grit, that devotion, that convincing yourself, believe that you're the best. Like, for example, Lionel Messi had, or Cristiano Ronaldo had in football. In F1, everyone is like that. From the first driver to the weakest driver in the championship, they all think they're the best. And it's very competitive. So you don't get many chances to win in such environment. So you have to use everything that you can in order to win. And Lewis Hamilton is not. He was not lucky. He made a very conscious choice to join Mercedes. He knew what he was joining in. I just read a book about Ross Brown saying many things about how it came for Mercedes to dominate the sport. So if I, myself, from this part of the world, I know things, I'm sure enough they also knew things. So yeah, he knew what he was doing. It's not for nothing, you know, out of nowhere that he joined Mercedes. And he won what he won. I mean, hat off, but with that car, many others would have won what he did, if not more. That's my whole case about it. So, having said that, that manifested in 2023 when Max Verstappen won as much as 19 races in a season. Unheard of, unheard of. That's like you score 200 goals in a season. That's a lot. So yeah, when you ask me who is the GOAT, I don't think there is such thing as GOAT in Formula 1 or in any sport. There are many brilliant drivers, or there has been in the history of the sport. Many of them left their mark in their own unique way. That's why I always say, like, I have a list of like 10 drivers that I would put like the best. Hamilton certainly would be one of them. Sebastian Vettel would be one of them. But when I speak about like the GOAT, Hamilton, it's not even in the top 3. So, and that will come to show, you know. Time will pass and people will understand that it's really like that. I mean, Mercedes were downplaying their dominance just so F1 regulation body won't give them penalties, not penalties, but retract the rules, so they will lose the advantage. Today, Hamilton's name was also known to many outside F1, but it's not only about that. It's about he was known because people who loved the sport or loved the sport back then, they appreciated what he was doing. The fact that he was winning with Ferrari and all that. How can you not appreciate that? But what Hamilton was doing, it's something else. It's not the same. He's known for marketing more than it is for racing. You know, when you speak to a girl, when you ask her who is Hamilton, she would know. Yeah, he's as a consequence a racing driver, but she knows of him because he's involved with fashion shows, this and that. Look at Verstappen, what he does. He goes in Nordschleife, the most dangerous racetrack of all, gets into a car that's completely different to his F1 car, and he is setting the records. I don't need to speak much more than that. I don't need to say anything literally to convince anyone on anything. It's just plain as a day, you know. It's very simple. Oh my, I've been talking a lot, so... Can you put Raikkonen in top 10? No. No. He is, from what people say about him, one of the fastest drivers, natural talented drivers as well. Like, tremendously fast. But, like I've said, winning or being fast, it's not everything in F1. You have to be much more than that. Because in F1, every single driver is fast. But when it gets tricky, it's when you fail to understand how a car works. And you have to work about the setup. You have to do all these things that not everyone knows how to do. So, for example, no one knows of this, but Jean Alesi, who has only one win in his career. Actually, it's very dark in here. I should have turned on the light. So, Jean Alesi, who has only one win in his career, he has been considered to be the substitute of Ayrton Senna, who is regarded as one of the best drivers that ever lived, because he was that fast. But why he didn't want anything? Because he didn't want to spend time to work on the setup. He didn't want to spend time to understand how the car works. So, he was fast, but he is far from these drivers that we are mentioning here. So, Kimi Raikkonen, absolutely brilliant driver, stunningly fast and all that. But one of the greats, the great greats, you know, not. For example, if you watch football, for example, he would be, I don't know, like Francesco Totti or Del Piero or I don't know what, you know, but you wouldn't be able to put him on the same level with Maradona, with Pele, with El Fenomeno, you know, with Messi. So, you know, in that sense, he's a great player and all that, great driver, one of the best. He's a champion, but top 10 is something else. So, at least according to me, you know, someone might not agree with that and so on. For Kimi Raikkonen, I can fairly easy say no for top 10. But if you ask Mika Hakkinen, well, that's a bit tougher question because Mika Hakkinen was tremendously fast in his, at least from what I remember as a kid. Geez, I remember he was flying, you know, 30 seconds ahead, 40 seconds ahead. You won't catch him. He was brilliantly fast. If Kimi was fast, this guy was even faster. And two-time champion, but I always joked that Schumacher retired him, you know. So I mean, it depends. I have a friend also who doesn't like Nico Rosberg at all. Not that I like Nico Rosberg at all. I mean, I don't have anything against the guy. He's a champion. He won the title against Hamilton. He proved himself. That's all fine. But this friend of mine is against the idea that Nico Rosberg won the title and ran away. You know? Myself on the other side, I'm thinking, well, it's his right. You know? He won the title. He proved it to himself. For him, there is nothing else to prove. What else there is to prove? That's it. So he's retiring. By me, all fine. But I have people who don't share the same opinion, so that's fine. I can understand that. But me personally, I don't have anything against that. Was he a coward? Maybe, but it's his right, you know? So... Russell P1, Verstappen P2, Piastri P3, Sainz P4, Leclerc P5, Hamilton closing and close behind him on P6, only 33 parts of the second behind him. But what's interesting is yeah, they're on quite different. When the practice session will finish, I'll finish with the streaming guys. It's another... how much? 7... no. Yeah, almost 8 hours. So almost like yesterday. Except today I wasn't making any pauses. I didn't had any pause for lunch or anything like that. So I've been straight on it, working since the morning hours. Yeah, almost 8 hours. So I'll make an ending in 15 minutes. Closure for today. Yeah, much of this engine here has been made. Look at that, it's looking beautiful if you ask me. This is gonna be mirrored on the other side. The engine as a whole, it's quite big. Bye, mate. Take care of yourself as well, and talk to you some other time.
Where the drivers are racing for positioning at the apex, and it's not actually racing for.
Yeah, I'll hear that later on. Oh my, when we'll do the UV map of this, it will be super interesting. Let's not complicate things, you know. Yep, it's like that. So it's like a hole here. I'm doing it good. Yeah, so not the song again. Okay, I think for last, and also we hit 100 views on YouTube. That's awesome. For ending the stream, I'm gonna play this song which lasts 3 minutes, and that will be it for today, guys. That's all. that will be all, guys. Bye bye from me. Bye for today. Did we hit 8 hours? Did we hit 8 hours or maybe more? Oh, 10 minutes for 8 hours. But yeah, I have to go. 4:30. I have to prepare myself for training. I think we did enough for today. Like this part is almost finished. Look at that whole structured alloy metal in the back of the car with this welded so beautifully like that, all uniformly one piece. Is beautiful. Yeah, gonna simplify it whenever I can. Some parts will be further polished and so on, but we have a lot of things going on. So yeah, whoever wants to stay in touch with this as I'm doing progress on this vehicle, feel free to follow, hit subscribe, and take care until